Good morning, everybody. We'll get started. Sorry, a couple of minutes late. Being 9:41, I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1160 relative to obedience to signals at railroad crossings. Prime sponsor, Representative O'Brien. Welcome back to Transportation, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's good to see some old familiar faces and good to see some new ones here. But as some of you know, I was acting chair and vice chair of this committee several years back and had a lot of fun with transportation. You guys are the movers and shakers of the state, so very much. Excuse me. I bring this bill 1160 relative to obedience to signals at railroad crossings. I bring this on behalf of the railroad workers, mainly that work in the state, the Brotherhood and Maintenance of Way. The equipment that is used today to maintain tracks and stuff like that is quite large. My background came from firefighting. I was a deputy chief in the city of Nashua. And even though firefighting is listed as one of the more hazardous type of jobs that people work, does not mean that we ignore safety. You know, we try to do everything within our power to increase the safety. And this is what clearly is the intention of this bill. If we look at it, it basically just say, everybody seems to agree that if a train is approaching a crossing or something like that, to yield to the train. Those of us that do have any spots would act accordingly. But what about the workers that go to maintain? And again, like I stated before, that some of this equipment is relatively large. So this will make it more safe for the maintenance people who take care of our tracks. Now, in looking at what we brought up, this bill, the road perdition is always not paved in gold, but in looking at this and discussing with other concerns of other stakeholders, let's take a look at line 3 of the bill. This is the first mention, other on-track equipment, and that includes that the apparatus that the railroad workers would be using. And as you know, recreational within the state of New Hampshire, such as up in Laconia, for example, they do have those little push carts and stuff like that. And clearly this bill is not intended to cover those particular vehicles. So therefore, I will offer to write, or if the committee would like to write an amendment, and I think I have somebody that might volunteer to assist with that, Representative Telersky, if she shall see fit, is basically just put in the example of line 3, it would be maintenance of way. So line 3 would read obedience to signal indicating approach of a train or other maintenance of way on track equipment. And that would clearly designate what the bill intends to do is to protect the railroad workers that are, doing the track. And that's it, Mr. Chairman. I will, of course, be open for questions, but also with me and to present this bill, if you would like to call, is Mr. Darren Gordon, Vice President of the local Lodge 201 of the Brotherhood and Maintenance of Way Workers.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Quick question. In terms of these maintenance of vehicles, you mentioned they were large. I mean, how large are they? Is it the size of a boxcar? Can you give us some indication of that?
Well, that's interesting, and not to be repetitive, I think you will hear in later testimony, but I was surprised this morning that some of them weigh more than an empty boxcar, but I'll let the experts, that's a good question, and then that's part of the concern of safety with this. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. So when you step in Laconia, you're talking about the push carts. You're talking about the pedal bikes too? This wouldn't be covered under that?
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, the sole intention of this bill is to protect the railroad workers. Nothing to do with the recreational end of it, That track, I think, could be further explained by Representative DOT that is here if they wish to testify. But basically, that's, the state regulates that. This is mostly just for the workers within the railroad industry.
Further questions? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative O'Brien, for taking the question. On these on-track maintenance vehicles, if you will, do they set off the signal on crossings where there are, signal indicators and gates? Do they trip them the same way a train would?
First, let me welcome back today to transportation again yourself.
Thank you.
But that's a good question, but I'm not of expertise. I think Mr. Gordon, if allowed to testify, could clearly explain if that trips that safety device.
Thanks.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative
Thank you,
O'Brien.
Mr. Chairman, and good to see you again, and thank you for the warm welcome.
Same here. Chair recognizes Darren Gordon in support of the bill.
Good morning, Chairman Walsh and Vice Chairman Gagné. As a member of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on an important public safety issue for motorists, pedestrians, and the men and women who work on our railroad tracks in New Hampshire and throughout the country. I am Darren Gordon. I am the Vice President of Local Lodge 201 out of Derry, New Hampshire. And with me is Matty Juzak, who is also the Secretary-Treasurer of 201. We are here to offer you a strong support for this House Bill 1160 that would amend RSA 265.48 to include maintenance of way equipment. Under the current New Hampshire law, maintenance of way railroad contractors and other on-track equipment are not included in the prohibition concerning a motorist's responsibility when approaching the crossing. It is critically important that when the gates go down or when that there are a train approaching or a flagman or a stop sign present, the motor vehicle will stop a safe distance from the crossing. House Bill 1160 would update existing railroad crossing laws pertaining to motorist responsibility at railroad crossings. Currently, maintenance of way, railroad contractors, and other on-track equipment are not included in the state statute that mandates motorist responsibility when approaching a crossing. The issue is on-track maintenance equipment has evolved into train-like machines that present the same dangers of a train/engine with cars not being able to stop on a dime. Through modernization of railroad track equipment, our members now operate state-of-the-art equipment on tracks in New Hampshire. With that comes size. We are long gone from the days when push carts ran up and down the tracks. While most public understands trains occupy the tracks in their respective neighborhoods and to avoid them at all costs, not everybody is aware of the on-track equipment and construction machines that travel on track infrastructure in New Hampshire and around the country. This is a true safety bill that would help protect New Hampshire motorists and our members that work and live in New Hampshire. Similar legislation has already been passed in over 34 states, including Alabama, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, and others. And there is currently active or pending legislation in 8 states. The legislation is supported by rail labor and the railroads themselves, railroad contractors, and in fact, I have found no public opposition. It will help to clarify that there are other pieces of equipment that travel on the tracks that present the same dangers to motorists as trains. Also, we like to help educate the public on this fact after the state statute is amended, working with the New Hampshire Operation Lifesaver and railroads Look, Listen, and Live PSA programs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Representative Terosian, I think it's a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gordon, for taking the question. It's a follow-up to what I asked Representative in regard to whether or not this equipment will trip off the signal and gate. And another piece of that is, are these lit and have loud horns or whistles like a train does so their presence is known in another way? That's kind of the question.
Okay, so according to our operating rule that we use, all of our on-track equipment has to have lights, forward and back, flashing lights or strobes, horns, and all the other appropriate audible safety devices. And some of the equipment, if it's designed to, will set off the signals reliably. And then we have equipment that we insulate purposely to not set off the signals.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a follow-up, and thank you, Mr. Gordon, for taking my question. He mentioned, the representative mentioned the size. These are big size equipment, and you kind of mentioned they're like train-like machines. Can you give us a sense of the size of some of these maintenance of way equipment?
Yes. So we have a crew, it's called a surface crew, and their job is to line and level the tracks. The lightest machine in that is called a ballast regulator, and it averages about 50,000 pounds. The heavier end of the machines is called a vibrating stabilizer, and those average between 96 and 100,000 pounds.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Did you have written testimony or not?
I do.
If you can pass one up to the clerk, that'd be appreciated. Anybody else wish to speak on House Bill 1160? I neglected to mention it before, but if you'd like to sign in either for or against the bill, the blue sheets are out back. Seeing nobody else signed up to speak, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1160.
I'll open the session for House Bill 1239 FN relative to habitual offender hearings, and it will be, thank you. I knew it was going to be you anyway. And when Representative Walsh is ready, and he will introduce the bill.
Thank you for your efficiency, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Tom Walsh. I'm a representative from the town of Hooksett, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 1239. This is one of three bills that I introduced at a request of former Director Bilecki from Department of Motor Vehicles. The major part of the bill, this changes, and I do understand both sides of this issue, is it changes notification to first-class mail if you are considered being a habitual offender. Instead of me getting into the details of it, again, I introduced this for a courtesy. I know there are people on both sides of this issue behind me that can do a much better job explaining the issue. It's not the first time we've seen this here, but after having a meeting with Department of Safety, I figured it was worth having us talk about it one more time. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next up, we have Paul Halverson, Merrimack County Attorney.
Morning.
In opposition. Oh, sorry about that.
Morning, I'm Paul Halverson. I'm your Merrimack County Attorney. And I'm here to oppose the bill as it's currently written. I want to give a little background to the HO statute and compare it to some difficulties that were encountered when, with an operating after suspension statute, mental state changed to knowingly. The original declaration of policy that the legislature put out, and it's outlined in the habitual offender statute, addresses providing maximum safety for all persons who travel or otherwise use the ways of the state, and to deny the privilege of driving motor vehicles to persons who by their conduct have demonstrated their indifference for the safety and welfare of others and their disrespect for the laws of the state, the orders of the court, and the acts of administrative agencies. And that's under RSA 262:18. And back in 1991, the court, by a case, and I'll reference it by name, State versus Crotty, put a mental state of knowingly onto the offense of operating a vehicle after being certified as a habitual offender. The mental state knowingly is very important because it requires notice to the individual. Several years ago, the court did a similar action with the operating after suspension statute. And I can tell you that the OAS statute was very difficult to prosecute after the after the courts issued their order saying that it requires a knowingly mental state. Absent a in-hand notice, it's very difficult to show that someone knew about their status when their license was suspended. The same applies to habitual offender status. There were many, many cases of operating after suspension that could not go forward. Should this change to allow by mail notice to the individuals go into effect, the same issue will crop up in prosecution of both misdemeanors and felony habitual offender issues. The impact of this as it's written would be to allow for an individual who has a bad record, who is somewhat responsible, who goes to his hearings and gets certified as an HO and later drives, to actually be held more accountable than the individual who blows off his hearing, says he didn't get notice, drives, and is caught afterwards. And I think that, as a matter of public policy, sends a bad message. I've talked to several other county attorneys in recent days. The ones that I spoke to and exchanged email with agree with my analysis. There are two other local prosecutors in Franklin and Allenstown who emailed me this morning indicating they have the same concern for this happening in the local courts for a misdemeanor habitual offender if this law is enacted as it's written. I'm not going to comment as to whether or not amendments could make the law work beyond saying that the issue is one of notice. What address do they use to send notice? It's not outlined in a statute. Is it sent by registered mail? What happens if they deny service of the registered mail? What happens if they don't keep their address updated on motor vehicle records as required by statute? All of that factors into whether or not the person has actual notice of their status as a habitual offender and will affect the prosecution. So that's the opposition in a nutshell. It would be very difficult to prosecute these cases should this go into effect as written. I'll gladly entertain any questions that anyone may have.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Tolerski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Sorry, I'll stretch. Just, can you please clarify, just so I completely understand how the process is done now? It's physically someone handing an offender an envelope?
My understanding is that when the person is certified at their certification hearing, the notification to them is at that hearing. The minute they're certified, they're notified of it. If Mr. Casco behind me testifies, he can elaborate more on the current process. That's an administrative process that I'm not deeply involved in. But my understanding is that as of right now, they are informed the minute the hearing examiner issues their decision at the hearing, they're given notice right then and there. I believe the order's read to them there too.
Quick follow-up?
Sure.
Is there anything, if this bill were to pass, that would prevent that same procedure?
Well, I think in part, yes. If the bill passes as it's written, if a person doesn't appear, then they would be certified, I believe, without their appearance. And if they're certified without their appearance, the issue becomes one of knowledge if they later drive. They may receive notice for a hearing and notice to come to a hearing, but they would not be informed of the suspension, the date the suspension goes into effect. They'd miss their opportunity for a due process hearing. And if it goes out by first-class mail, the notice of the hearing, the question becomes, did they actually receive that notice? That's what it all boils down to, notice to the individual. I can say that I guess I will address a possible way of fixing this within the bill. If there was some sort of follow-on in-hand notice if they fail to appear at their certification hearing, that could be a fix, but that is a minor, one of the several fixes that would need to happen, in my opinion, to make the bill workable. The address issue, which addresses it's sent to, would have to be fleshed out, and whether or not the suspension would go into effect prior to their notice as a habitual offender. Much like DWI statute, if an individual has a conviction on a DWI, the license loss goes into effect even if they appeal their DWI. For example, a DWI second offense that has a mandatory jail sentence, they can appeal their DWI, but under statute, the license loss still goes into effect. And I think something like that here would be appropriate. But as I said, I don't think as written you can incorporate those type of changes easily within this statute as it's currently written.
Thank you.
Representative Gorski, did you have a question?
No, it was already answered through the
Okay.
question. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
Do I understand you right that you think this is a solution in search of a problem, or is this also something that you could discuss with the director directly and talk about possible solutions if there is a problem?
Frankly, I don't know what brought rise to the, I was not privy to the conversations that brought rise to the proposed legislation. If there's a cost-saving measure to be gained by the Department of Safety, I fully understand that. But that becomes a public policy issue for the legislative bodies to make a determination on whether or not they're willing to accept the added cost for Department of Safety to have notice to individuals or eliminate some of the cost and risk basically, in my opinion, going against the stated public policy that's within the habitual offender statute. Then that's a legislative choice, and I'm not gonna comment about that.
Sure.
Do you think it would be possible for the county attorneys to group together and maybe make a recommendation for a possible solution?
I could ask the county attorney group, but we're kind of reluctant. My opinion, I'm reluctant to recommend proposed legislation wording to the legislative body. I think there's a separation of powers issue there. My personal opinion, I don't think we should get into the writing. We can certainly comment on items such as I'm doing now safety impact of items, but I don't think, my opinion, I don't think I should be involved in proposed wording of a statute beyond saying what I think may help, like in my question a moment ago. Beyond that, I don't think I would be involved. Other county attorneys, I can ask the question, though.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chris Casco, Department of Safety. Welcome. Been a long time.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Vice Chair Gagne, members of the committee. My name is Christopher Casco. I'm the administrator of the Bureau of Hearings as well as prosecution for the Department of Safety, appearing before you today in support of House Bill 1239. And it's my office, the Bureau of Hearings, that holds the habitual offender certification hearings. And this is something, the process for the hearings we've been discussing at the Department of Safety at least for the last decade or so. We've done 2 lean process events looking from start to finish at the process and trying to find ways to make it better. Really, the primary motivation for this, as I see it, is to expedite the process so that high-risk drivers are removed from the roadways more quickly. And to go way back into the history of this, at one time the Superior Courts did the habitual offender certification hearings. That then was transitioned to come under the Department of Safety and give the Director of Motor Vehicles the authority to do the complete process from the time someone qualifies as an habitual offender up through the entire hearing process. And it's a requirement under our administrative rules that the order to appear, which is the hearing notice with a certified copy of the driving record, must be served in hand on the habitual offender subject by a law enforcement officer. So it's been done by state police for a long time. So to start the hearing process in terms of the notice to the individual, that must be served in hand by state police. So that process becomes lengthy. And at one of the lean events, there was a PowerPoint, and there were a couple of different ways the procedure was described through different boxes and steps in the process. In the current process that we have now that requires in-hand service had something like 30 different boxes, from the process starting with our office, where one of our attorneys looks at the record, decides who qualifies. We have support staff who prepares the order to appear in the driving record, essentially what we call the HO packet, which then would go to state police. It would be assigned to a trooper. Now it's troopers at Troop G who have that responsibility, so the packet would go from our office after several steps to Troop G, to a trooper who would have to find the person at their home, at their place of business, and serve the paperwork in hand for the person to come back for the hearing. As a result of the first lean event, we came up with a new process by which we would send out an initial letter to every habitual offender subject, inviting them to voluntarily come into our office and to be served in hand by a trooper. So we started that process. Right now, we do it every other Tuesday at 1 o'clock. So what we do is we send out 25 letters to the first 25 people we're trying to initiate the process with, inviting them to voluntarily come into our office. We have a trooper from Troop G. Right now, it's a retired sergeant who comes in every other Tuesday, and whoever appears out of the 25 letters, they get served their hearing paperwork, and they can choose to have their hearing that day, or they can come back at a later date. So we've been doing that kind of revised process as an internal solution to the issue of the long periods of time that it takes to get someone in for one of these hearings, and that has reduced time for some of the people, for those that choose to come in based on an voluntary invitation. Based on the numbers we've seen while we've done that process, we get about half On a good day, maybe a little more than half. Out of the first time we resumed the voluntary service Tuesdays, we got 13 out of 25, which wasn't bad. Unfortunately, like many things during COVID-19, we weren't doing any of the voluntary service on those Tuesdays. Everything was going out to state police for in-hand service. And just the benefit for the person, really, it's not helpful to a person for this process to be a long one before they come in for these certification hearings, because habitual offender is based on a number and type of conviction within 5 years. Major convictions for habitual offender are driving under the influence, disobeying a police officer, driving after suspension. Most habitual offenders have at least one major. There are some minors, and there are different combinations that I don't really need to get into. But for a lot of habitual offenders, they're already under suspension for another reason. It's typical. They're under suspension for a DWI. So they're serving a court suspension. Some cases, or in fact a lot of cases, because of the in-hand service requirement, it delays the time between when they qualify for habitual offender until they get to our office for one of our hearings examiners to do the certification and to do what may be a separate license suspension. It's a mandatory suspension for habitual offender, but for someone who is already under suspension and who has been under suspension ever since the last conviction that's causing habitual offender, the hearings examiner can date the license suspension back to the court date. So for the person, if they can serve, or at least begin serving, this habitual offender minimum 1 year suspension effective on the date of the court hearing, they're better off. They've got time served. They can then be decertified sooner than if years go by, and we see this happen. The trooper's not able to serve someone. Several years go by, kind of these unable to serve paperworks just sit and not a lot happens with them. After the trooper makes 3 attempts to serve, they kind of go in a drawer, and where it catches up with the person is when they seek restoration of their license. They're at the DMV, then we're trying to then serve while they're at the DMV. That adds layers of process. So really the first rationale behind this is to have the process go much more quickly. So rather than having an in-hand service, we would send out that hearing notice and the driver record by first-class mail to the address of record, and the license holder is obligated to have an updated address with the Department of Motor Vehicles, and when they move, to do it within a certain period of time. So essentially this would put some burden back on the license holder where it should be, because a license is a privilege. That is something that was recognized during our studies of this issue, is that it's the responsibility of the license holder to a large degree to do what they're supposed to do, and to let the DMV know what their address is, so that proceedings like this can be commenced more simply and easily for the citizen as well as for the Department of Safety. This also will give citizens a certainty of result of what the final license suspension term is. If this habitual offender hearing is hanging out there unresolved, a lot of people, they don't understand. They think they're serving their suspension already. They're thinking it's an automatic process after they went to the court. They don't understand that it's a fairly complicated process with in-hand service that's required for them to resolve their case. So this will allow more people to serve their license suspension time concurrently where the law allows it. Also, it's an embarrassment for someone to have a trooper knock on their door and serve paperwork for a license suspension issue, so this will eliminate that. And one thing that was alluded to in one of these studies at the Department of Safety was having increased law enforcement contacts may not be a good thing. It could be an officer safety type issue, having these contacts just for a simple procedure of serving paperwork, although I'm not sure. I've never heard of any incident happening during an in-hand service. Lieutenant O'Leary from Troop G is here present. If the committee has any questions for him, we're trying to expedite our testimony by having me be the spokesperson for all of the issues. And then just having a much more expeditious administrative process, this bill will allow us to do it. And there are some other states we have looked at that allow for mailing of habitual offender, either hearing paperwork or suspension notices. Vermont, Maine, and Massachusetts all allow for first-class mailing of some of this habitual offender, either suspension notice or hearing paperwork. So those are the reasons why we're in favor of this. It's something we've been looking at for a long time and decided that legislation was the answer rather than going to JALCAR to amend the administrative rule. We figured this was the preferable procedure. And I did talk at length with Attorney Halverson because, to put on my prosecutor hat, I supervise Department of Safety prosecutors, and I understand the concern with a habitual offender certification that will be based on a mailed notice of the hearing. So there will be people that fail to appear in response to the mailed hearing notice, and this bill would allow those people to be defaulted. We are open to alternatives that would cause more certainty in the final process, because for someone who's now, the current process allows for a default because the person is given a hearing date in hand from a law enforcement officer. Within that habitual offender packet, there are clear warnings that if you fail to appear for the hearing, you will be certified habitual offender, and default in the order then goes into effect. And then that order is mailed to someone who defaults, and it's mailed based on the in-hand service of the hearing notice. So this would be a change to do first-class mail for the hearing notice and the driver record to initiate the process. A couple of ideas that we came up with are, rather than allow for a default after the mailed notice, is either some in-hand service of the default order, or another alternative, rather than defaulting the person who doesn't appear at the hearing, putting an additional suspension, or if their license is not under suspension, to put in place a suspension of the license until they appear to be served with the habitual offender paperwork. So we're open to different ideas. If the committee was inclined to not go with this as written, we're in favor of it as written and recommend ought to pass, but we're very open-minded, and anything we can do to make this process better for citizens and for the state, that's what the intent of this bill is. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative?
Mr. Casco, how are you today?
I'm fine. How are you, Representative? Good
All
to
right.
see you.
You just made a statement which I picked up on that might be a way to come to some common ground about what could be done. I fully respect the idea that you're trying to streamline the process and make it happen better even for the offenders. I don't have any issue with that. The issue I have, though, is I don't know how many times you've gotten your first-class mail not delivered properly. It happens. Shouldn't there be some process? Here's my question. Thank you for being patient with me. Shouldn't there be, you can do the streamlined process to begin with, but then after that, shouldn't there be a follow-through where you go back to the old system of hand-delivered so that the person gets their day to talk about whatever the issues might be?
Yes, Representative, I certainly think that's fair, and we mail out all other hearing notices for every other hearing type, and we are very careful before defaulting someone to make sure the hearing notice went to the address of record on the system. If we get return mail, we won't do a suspension, or if we've suspended and then get return mail, we'd vacate that suspension, because it's not fair where we know someone didn't get the notice by mail to then take action. So we would be very careful with this process before simply defaulting by mail, but we're very willing to come to some common ground less than, well, we're going to default as habitual offender based just on the mailed notice. Some other process at the back end, because the cases that are problematic are the people that who fail to appear at the hearing. For people who appear at the hearings examiner does the hearing, makes a finding right there, writes up a hearing order, hands it to the person, reads them the hearing order, makes it very clear that you can't drive. To drive is a felony. Do you understand? You need to be decertified. I mean, we go through a step-by-step process. When I certify someone, I check off that I have read every single finding of fact on the habitual offender hearing order. All our hearings are audio recorded, so that supports what we said to the person at the time. So if Attorney Halverson's office gets a case for habitual offender where someone appeared at the hearing, it's very clear what notifications were done when they go to prosecute. So really the area to find a solution that may be considered unresolved is how do we best handle the defaults if we're allowed to send out the initial hearing notice by first-class mail.
I have a follow-up.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Casco, this is somewhat of a loaded question, and you can not answer it if you choose to, but I'm struggling with whose responsibility it would be to make that change. Is it, I worry that it's not necessarily legislative responsibility to make that correction. Or could you bring language back to us that would allow us to make that correction? Who should be doing that correction is the question.
In terms of an amendment to the current bill, Representative?
Yes.
Certainly we're willing to bring back proposals if the committee is inclined to do that at a work session. In fact, I have a couple of different that I kind of just drafted up yesterday as if it came up that amendments were the way that the committee preferred, that we would submit those. So I'm happy to email the committee the two that I kind of came up with yesterday after I talked with Attorney Halverson, and then internally I spoke with Lieutenant O'Leary and Mr. Keller from the DMV. We had a pretty lengthy meeting trying to hash all this out and come up with what our best proposal ultimately would be.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Representative Thompson.
Thank you. I appreciate you testifying today. When they're sent a letter of habitual offender hearings, are they already suspended at that point?
I'd say most people are. The vast majority are already suspended. Some aren't. It really depends on the type of convictions. It's possible for someone to have 12 speeding tickets and qualify, although I can tell you I don't see those very often, but if you have 12 speeding tickets and they're all plea-by mails and you qualify, you won't be suspended yet. You may be, because demerit points is another administrative procedure that 12 speeding tickets is a lot of demerit points, so probably you will have been suspended for points before you get that 12th ticket, but you may have your license restored at that time, so you're coming in to get suspended first for habitual offender, but it's more common that someone is already under suspension for other reasons by the time they qualify.
Okay. Follow up.
Follow up.
What happens to someone if that's the case? If they haven't gotten the letter yet, they get stopped, they're under suspension, are they going to go to jail? Is there what's the process?
Habitual offender is either a felony offense. In most cases, it's a felony under the statute for prosecuting habitual offenders if someone has a DWI or a misdemeanor motor vehicle offense that is part of the convictions that certify them habitual offender, then that makes it a felony. If they don't have a DWI or a misdemeanor motor vehicle conviction, then driving in violation of that order is a misdemeanor, so the 12 speeding tickets would be a misdemeanor level habitual offender prosecution if they're driving in violation of that. Although now, before anyone has an habitual offender hearing, they're all served in hand with the hearing notice in the paperwork warns them if they don't appear at the hearing, they'll be suspended in default by not appearing.
One more, if I may.
One more.
How many a year, roughly, do you have? How many habitual offenders?
It's around 1,000, and I ran a few of the numbers for the past several years. So in 2019, the total habitual offender hearings, so this is where we had the procedure, we commenced it, was 1,323. So we had 612 habitual offender hearings out of those, and then 498 were marked as unable to serve. 213 did not appear at their hearings, so they were found habitual offender in default. So that was 800 out of the 1,300, but there was this group of almost 500 who were unable to serve. So then who knows how many of those since 2019 were tracked down and served, or went to the DMV to get their license and were then served. And then I'll skip 2020 because that was the COVID year, so the numbers are way down. But in 2021, it was 1,022 habitual offenders, 585 had hearings and were certified, 77 were defaults and would have been certified, and then 360 were marked as unable to serve. So between unable to serve and defaults, those are numbers that we try to deal with, because really we want to make those numbers small. We want to certify people at hearings, and everyone knows what the result is, and they can resolve their case and get on the path to getting their license legally restored, rather than staying under suspension for years
Thank
and
you.
years and years.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other
Mr.
questions from the committee? One question. Okay, we're running late. One question.
Okay, I'll make it a brief question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking the question. So the question I have is, you mentioned 500 unable to serve in 2019. Would they be, usually when you hear that number, you assume that they were unreachable, address had changed and so forth. So by the provision in this, if it becomes law, would that help you serve those people, or would that still be problematic to reach those people?
No, we think it would help because they would get the notice by mail. As long as they've updated their address, they'll get it, they'll know, and they'll come to the hearing. So our hope would be that the number of unable or not appearing or defaults would be greatly reduced by starting the process earlier on, closer in time than when they went to court, because I think another problem with this historically is that they go to court for that last conviction. It takes a year to serve them and get in for our hearing. They think they've resolved everything, and they may disregard even after. Or if they haven't been served, then they'll kind of think, well, I'm all set. They don't worry about habitual offender, even though in court, in the waiver and acknowledgement of rights for people who plead guilty to habitual offender offenses, there's a warning about habitual offender. In the plea colloquies in court, the judges go through habitual offender, especially if someone is known to qualify at the time of that court hearing. But people still, a lot of this is fairly complicated, and to the average person, even though they've had contact with the system because they have several offenses, they don't quite understand there are two separate procedures.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Gagne.
I see no other pink cards. Is anybody out in the audience who wish to speak on this bill? I close House Bill 1239 FN. And before we open the next one, I'm going to give the clerk time to catch up.
Basically the same thing. Just deals with suspensions and stuff. It's all about mail and notification. So I'm just gonna pass it over like I did the last one. I don't know if you wanna chime in on it.
same thing.
It's the same theory. I just figured I'd show it to you, because I'm just gonna do the same thing. Give it to the
Yeah,
committee and-
I'll pass a card and just comment briefly about it.
Cool.
1240?
1240.
Okay, running a little late. I will call House Bill 1240, FN into session. Our first speaker is Representative Walsh.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Tom Walsh, representative from the town of Hooksett. And once again, I'm introducing 1240 as at the request of the Department of Motor Vehicles, well, Department of Safety. Just for the sake of time, this actually deals with the same issue that the last bill did. This talks about notification by first-class mail as opposed to certified. A little different caveat in this one. A defendant on line 8 shall be presumed to have been served 3 days after mailing of the notice. Again, there are people that spoke on the last one. The last one was habitual offenders. This one deals specifically with suspension or revocation for default. So with that, I would defer any questions to the professionals in the room.
Do you
Question
have
of
a
the chair.
question for this?
If the, I just want to clarify if this came directly from Director Bilecki also as similar to the last bill.
Yes, it did.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next up, Brittany Shute, DMV, Department of Safety, supports the bill.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Brittany Shute. I am the Bureau Administrator of Financial Responsibility. This bill is at the request of the department. This is a process of being able to send notification of a not served in hand citation. A not served in hand citation is one that's written by law enforcement, and they indicated that the defendant themselves did not receive this ticket by them specifically in hand. The reason we are asking for this is currently the process requires that we send these notifications via certified mail. In addition to certified mail being costly, it also involves the time of division members to prepare these correspondences, get them over to our warehouse gets them out into the mail. So there's a lot of additional costs that go along besides the certified mail itself. So through this, we're hoping to gain efficiencies in our operation, and we're also looking to be more fiscally responsible by decreasing the expenditures to the department. Currently, the postage rate is $7.33 per certification. That's the certification and the postage. U.S. first-class mail is currently 58 cents. Last year, or on an annual basis, we spend approximately $6,800 in mailing alone. If we were to move to a first-class mail process, it would save the department approximately $6,200. For the month of December, we entered 52 not served in hand citations onto our database. Of those 52 items, 25 were returned. So for 52 items, it cost us $381.16. For the returned items of that was $183.25. Comparatively, at an 80% savings, it would have initially cost us $30.16, and we would have gotten back $14.50 worth. Just to give you an idea of the items that are not served in hand, the top 3 items tend to be non-inspections of vehicles, unregistered vehicles, and speeding. And in regards to the presumed the 3 days after the mailing, it gives us a starting point. Please know that after we mail these out, this ticket goes on to the system. After that 30-day mark, the department then sends a follow-up notice letting them know they defaulted prior to a suspension taking effect. With that, I will be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for this witness? Go ahead, Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, after 30 days, do you mail out another notice when they're in default or first class, or do you send it certified mail?
Thank you for your question. The default notification is also sent via first-class mail. All of the notifications from the department go out first-class mail. That notification lets them know that they have an additional 30 days to pay the citation itself, plus the administrative late fee, prior to going into suspension. It is very clear that the suspension time and the date when it takes effect.
Any other questions? Representative Tolarski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to clarify, because as we stated in the previous bill, the slowing of the U.S. mail service in the last couple of years is concerning, and the 3 days, although in state mail, concerns me a little bit. So I just want to clarify that you're stating that's just, nothing's going to happen on day 4. It simply sets the clock ticking for a 30-day period?
Thank you for your question. You are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Paul Halverson, Merrimack County Attorney.
Well, again, I think the same issue I addressed moments ago applies here. Court default, I would note that the court enters a default at the court hearing.
Would you turn on your microphone, please?
I would note that in a default, in a court environment, the judge will issue a default from the bench. That's one of the options that the judge has. It's not a requirement, but it's an option. Again, we come down to the basic notice issue. If someone drives after a default such as this and suspension occurs, charging them under RSA 263-64, which is operating after suspension, requires that they knowingly commit the act, and first-class mail draws into question whether or not they have proper notice. I'll refer to you back to my other testimony, any other bill, and if you don't mind incorporating that by reference, I'll end it there and take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir, for taking the question.
Yes, sir.
So, in this instance, if this change becomes law, then somebody could be notified by first-class mail, and within 3 days of that notice, assume that they received it. So, if they were traveling or away from their permanent address, they would may not have gotten it. Would that be a possibility?
I guess one could assume that, yeah. And then you're also assuming that mail is going to get to them within three days. And, you know, by way of background, I think that the post office just recently changed their standards for delivery of mail. I don't think it's 3 days anymore. I think it might be 5 for first-class mail. I'm not sure. I remember reading that in the news somewhere, so.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else in the audience who wishes to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I close HB 1240 FN. I'm going to open up the hearing on the next bill, which is 1573. Representative Bolden, you're up. Oops, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Transportation Committee for allowing me to introduce House Bill 1573. For the record, I am Representative Andrew Bolden, and I represent Manchester's Ward 5. I'm going to keep this really short. I know we're short on time. The current law, 263:12 Roman X, was passed in 2002, and as most of you probably remember, the world was a very different place back then. I read through the hearing notes, and the impetus for the bill was a concern about the privacy of the magnetic strip on the back of licenses. Lawmakers at the time were concerned that businesses were recording and storing information from this magnetic strip and using it for marketing purposes. Now fast forward to 2022, we don't have magnetic strips on our licenses anymore. Companies really aren't interested in gathering our information from our driver's licenses to use for marketing purposes. They use smartphone apps, rewards programs, and credit card information for all that now. Additionally, just in the past few years, I've had my driver's license requested and copied multiple times. When I applied to refinance my house, the bank wanted me to take a picture of my own license and email it to them. When I closed on the loan, the closing company took my license and photocopied it. When I go to a new doctor's office or dental office, they take a photocopy of my license. When I applied to become a driver for Uber and DoorDash, I had to send them a photocopy of my license that I had to take with my own cell phone. If you get locked out of your Facebook account, you have to send them a picture of your license before they will unlock it. Times have changed, and this law should be updated to allow an individual to take a photo of their own license or someone else to take a photo of the license with the license holder's consent so that people can go on with their lives in the modern era. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions for the witness? Representative O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. Can't we currently, I'm just trying to understand what the intent of this law is, because can't we currently give consent for our license to be copied?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. We can give consent for our license to be copied in a non-electronic manner. So somebody could jot down the information on the front of, or that's contained on the front of the license, but they cannot take an electronic copy. So they couldn't take a cell phone picture or use a scanner or anything like that.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Fenton.
Thank you for taking my question. So, say you're purchasing a vehicle, and I've done this in the past. When you go into the automobile dealership, they scan your license into the system. Are you saying that's illegal as this current law stands?
Thank you very much for the question. According to my reading of the statute, yes, I believe it is.
Representative Tularski.
Thank you, Representative Bolden. There's nothing here that actually would specify how the person will demonstrate their consent. Would it just be considered verbal since it's not specified?
Thank you very much for the question, Representative. Yeah, I believe that simple verbal consent would probably suffice. Unless the committee, would like something else, obviously, they could amend the bill.
Thank you.
Representative O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just quickly off of her question, would we not consider consent being handing the license over for the copy?
Thank you for the question. I'm not a lawyer or a judge, but I would assume that a court would probably consider that to be implied consent. Yes.
Anyone else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. Does anyone else wish to speak on this bill? Ms. Shute, come on up.
Good morning again, Brittany. We do not have a position on this, but I did want to highlight that Senate Bill 311. 311 also proposes changes to this statute, so I just wanted to throw that out there for consideration. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none? Oops.
I have a question for the chair. Would Mr. Oberdenko, I believe is the Director of Licensing, be willing to take a question?
I think so.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jeff Oberdank, and I am with the Division of Motor Vehicles, formerly with driver licensing, currently with registration, but I've got about 20 years worth of background in driver licensing, so I could certainly take some questions. But just to touch on the testimony that was given earlier, scanned and retained would mean scanning the 2D barcode on the back of the license and retaining that information in a database. And some of the things that we've had to address in the past were companies that were, for instance, Sears was using that information. They would scan the license if somebody was returning tools or things, and they were keeping a database to find out if there was any fraudulent activity. That was against the prohibition in 26014. You could not do that. Now, photocopying the license when you're test driving a car at the dealership, it's absolutely legal because it's not keeping it electronically. It's just a photocopy of the license, and it's really just a snapshot in time that you were there and that you were purporting to be a properly licensed driver at the time you were test driving the vehicle. So I don't know if that answers the question, but just based on what I heard from testimony, scanning and retaining is actually pulling the license off the 2D barcode and keeping it in a database.
Can I just,
What?
thank you. I remember a bill we had last term, perhaps, that touched on this same issue. It had to do with, I believe, a school system that had a new security concept where they would scan the licenses of visitors to the school, and we had these discussions. I believe that bill didn't go anywhere. Can you just touch on a little bit similar situations, or say when you hand it over to the doctor and they slide it through a machine? I'm assuming that's an electronic capture. Am I correct in that what they're doing is not allowed by the law?
That is correct, and I do remember that bill from last year, Representative, and that was for the same reason. It was scanning and pulling that information from that 2D barcode in the back, which the information in that barcode is everything listed on the front, and that was considered driver privacy information that they were capturing and keeping.
You all set?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you. Could you fill out a pink card? Well,
Sure.
thank you. Bring it up. Okay, yeah. Okay, I close House Bill 1573.
right, being 10:57, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1463. Okay. All right, I'll start over now that we have our streaming going again. Being 10:58, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1463 relative to driver's licenses issued in accordance with the Real ID Act of 2005. If you wish to sign in on the bill for or against, we have our blue sheets out back. Please do. If you care to speak, please fill out a pink card and pass it forward when we will get to you. And Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Chairman Walsh and members of the Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Representative George Sykes. I serve City of Lebanon, Grafton 13, and I'm here to speak in support of this bill. Before I get to the particulars of the bill itself, I just wanted to make members of the committee aware of some demographics or statistics that I think are relevant to this bill. And that is that for the first time in decades, New Hampshire's population increased rather than decreased. And that's pretty significant because a lot of states are losing population. We were fortunate that according to the 2020 census, the population in New Hampshire went up. Behind that number is another fact, that the largest single cohort identifiable are legal immigrants coming into the state. And these are people who come and do work for various jobs, from professionals to agricultural work, etc. And I think most would agree that having an increasing population and the talent that comes in from this identifiable cohort is important. This bill will help support that kind of inflow of population. At the present time, according to federal regulations, and I'm not going to get into the specific details, there might be someone else who can do a better job of that. At the present time, in New Hampshire, if you are a legal immigrant but not a citizen of New Hampshire, you cannot get a real ID. This bill would bring New Hampshire in alignment with the federal regulations, which allows for a legal immigrant to get a real ID. Real ID is important for a variety of reasons, not least of which is to facilitate travel, and for the kinds of people that for the people that are coming to the state, they may have opportunities to travel for work, for family reasons, and putting roadblocks in their way is counter to the best interests of the state and what I believe to be important. Thank you. I will take it. I'll take questions, but again, I'm going to leave it up to some other folks who can do a better job, maybe.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Representative O'Hara?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. I just had a quick question on the last statement you just said. When you said they're legal immigrants but don't live in New Hampshire?
No, I didn't say that. They are legal immigrants, and they live here in New Hampshire.
Thank you. Okay, I misunderstood your last words.
Yep.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Yep, Representative Tulersky?
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Sykes. Can you just clarify again, to make sure that I heard it correctly, that in other states around the nation, their real ID can be issued to legal immigrants, but in New Hampshire, as current statute is, we cannot issue a real ID to legal immigrants?
That is That is how I understand to be the current state of affairs.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one, just for clarification. You mentioned legal citizens for work and such. I'm assuming that's green cards or work visas. Isn't there already the way in law for them to get a driver's license? Are you saying they can't get a real ID?
So once you have in New Hampshire, if you are a legal immigrant in this state, you can get a driver's license if you have a work permit. What you can't, but that is a non-compliant, other than real ID license.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Chair recognizes Martin Toe in support of the bill. Check your microphone. Push the button on the right side.
Oh.
Left side.
Oh, good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Till. I am a member of the Granite State Organizing Project, a faith-based organization in Manchester. Also part of the GSOP chapter in Manchester. I'm here today to testify in support of HB 1463. Relative to the driver's license. I want to start off by saying, a driver's license is it's a beautiful thing, and it's something that every person living within a community should be able to enjoy, specifically in New Hampshire. In order to get anywhere, you gotta have you need a vehicle, and having a real license that's not gonna give you trouble is a good thing. I remember one day when my mother was in pain and it seemed hopeless. I remember driving to the store over, let's say, record speed and returning back in record speed, simply to make sure that my mother was okay. It was also at the time where it was the beginning stage of the pandemic, so I was praying to God that she didn't have COVID. What I'm trying to say is, regardless of the situation, people still need to make sure that there's food on their table, and that involves driving. Whether people still got to go to their work, and that involves driving. People still have to, get to their jobs, and in order to do that, you have to drive. Or whether you're going to church on a Sunday, you gotta drive, or whatever place of worship you go to. The federal Real ID, legislation, it requires that all states and U.S. jurisdiction to issue a driver license that are fully compliant by May 2023. So I'm asking this body as well to align with the law, incongruent with the federal law. I just want to strongly urge you to support HB 1463, and as a person of faith, I just want to say it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee, if you're willing to take any? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair recognizes Nadia Gonzalez in support of the bill.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Nadia González.
Good morning, my name is Nadia Gonzalez. I'll be her interpreter.
Y estoy aquí para apoyar la petición que se ha presentado de darle
And I'm here today to request for this bill to be approved.
una identificación.
The ID.
Estoy aquí como muchos están allá afuera.
I am here representing of many of all that are out there.
teniendo el deseo de poder tener una identificación
Having the desire, like many, to have an ID
para poderle brindar a nuestra familia una mejor seguridad,
in order to provide our family a better, to be secure,
para poder llevar a nuestros hijos a la escuela,
in order to take our kids to school,
más en estos tiempos de invierno,
more likely in these times of winter.
tener que llevarlos caminando no es fácil.
It's not easy to walk them to school with the
Por eso-
snow.
Por eso estoy aquí
That's why I'm here
apoyando esta petición,
in favor of this bill,
esperando que ustedes puedan aprobar
hoping that you can approve it,
nuestra petición.
this petition.
Gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes, I can't quite make out the last name, Grace Kinderer? Kandeke. Sorry about that. Also in support of the bill.
Doesn't get closer. Hello, members of the committee. Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Grace Kandeke. I'm the program coordinator with the American Friends Service Committee, and I am submitting testimony on behalf of the New Hampshire Immigrant Rights Network, which is a coalition of New Hampshire organizations and individuals working with and within immigrant communities to improve lives and ensure just treatment. My testimony is written, so I will paraphrase and submit written testimony to the committee. So the importance of this bill is that it's a simple matter in that it brings New Hampshire into compliance with federal law. There are a number of categories that classes of applicants that would be eligible for Real ID, and these classes of applicants are not being offered in the state. These classes of applicants are much broader than the current eligibility standards that the DMV offers, and this law would bring our state into compliance and open up these categories, which are already federally passed, and make that available to New Hampshire residents. It is mandatory, as we know, that the New Hampshire DMV allow all eligible applicants to obtain Real ID, and this bill does a simple matter of bringing our state into compliance. So that's the technical aspect of it, and I think that's a very important, and it's the heart and spirit of this bill. But also at the heart and spirit of this bill is that part of those who would be eligible to be able to drive, what this bill would do, includes people like me, includes people in my community, as well as other immigrants in the state. For those who none of you know me, but I grew up in New Hampshire. I've lived in the state since 1989 when I was 2 years old, and I started to drive in 2018. And so when we are saying that not only does this bill bring us into compliance, it also allows an opportunity for many New Hampshire residents who would be otherwise eligible to be able to care for their families, go to work, do the things that they need to do, as we all very well know, living in the state, how difficult it is to get around and do what we need to do without a car. So I urge the committee to please pass HB 1463. Thank you. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Did you have written testimony, you
I
said?
did, yes.
Okay, if you could pass that forward, that'd be great.
Sure, who should I give it to?
You come on right down. Next up, Chair recognizes, actually, hold on one second. Chair recognizes Sarah Noy, also in support of the bill, representing GSOP.
Good morning. My name's Sarah Jane Kanoy. I'm the Executive Director of the Granite State Organizing Project and the convener of the New Hampshire Immigrant Solidarity Network. I did not intend to testify today, although I do support this bill. I just wanted to note that earlier one of the committee members asked a question about if a person has a work permit, can they not get a driver's license or a real ID? And the problem is right at this moment, a person can be here 100% legally, can be qualified to work, and can be waiting for over a year because of bureaucratic delays for that work permit. And so that is another reason why this law is necessary, is to make sure that people who are qualified to drive are able to get those driver's licenses. So that's all I wanted to say about this bill today. I do hope you'll support it. Thank you very much. No questions?
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair recognizes Bruno De Brito, representing the Hampshire Brazilian Council in support of the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the Transportation Committee. Basically, I'm just going to be brief today. Some of my colleagues already mentioned to you the importance of the passing of this legislation. At the very current moment, New Hampshire does not comply with the Federal ID Act of 2005. Passing this law will make sure that New Hampshire does comply when it becomes effective in May 2023. We have had issues with individuals that are eligible to receive real ID, not being able to receive the real ID driver's license at the DMV, and it has been, dealt on a case-by-case basis. And this legislation will just remove, that need and make sure that New Hampshire, again, is compliant and provides driver's license to people who are otherwise eligible. The current statute reads that only U.S. citizens are eligible, and that's not what the real ID says. So I'm open to any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, they let you off the hook. Thank you. Last pink card I have, Chair recognizes Mr. Oberdank from Department of Motor Vehicles.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jeff Oberdank, and I'm here to testify today on behalf of the Division of Motor Vehicles about this bill. And we are opposed to the bill because of the language and the way that it's written. But I've also heard a lot of testimony about how New Hampshire is not in compliance with the Real ID regulation, and we are in compliance. That's the only way to get approval. There is an approval process that goes through Homeland Security. That it was a very strict approval process that we went through. I personally wrote the submission and received the notice to proceed, which is why we're able to put the Real ID star on the right-hand corner of the license. The only way to get that is to be in compliance. So having said that, I do want to look at the language of the bill and draw your attention specifically to page 2, line number 7, or excuse me, line number 9, that says has a pending or approved application for temporary protective status, or a pending application for asylum, which is on line 8. And I also handed out to all of you a packet, which is the Real ID Act. And if you turn your attention to page 2, specifically probably about halfway down the page, number 2B, evidence of lawful status. And I want to draw your attention to the word shall. A state shall require, before issuing driver's license or identification card to a person, valid documentary evidence that the person, and if you go down through, you'll see specifically number 4, which is in direct conflict to the statute, or to the correction that's being written here in the statute, has an approved application for asylum, not a pending application, and there's a big difference. And the difference being is that when you submit an application for anything, there is an approval process. No different than if you would apply for credit, or if you're purchasing a vehicle. There's an application process, and then there's an approval process. Having said that, had we issued Real ID compliant licenses to people who are in the application process and would ultimately come back as being denied for whatever reason, we would be in violation of the Real ID Act. So having said that, I'll take any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Representative O'Hara?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. Sorry. So I just want to get this clear. If we do pass 1463, it would make us now not be in compliance with the Real ID Act?
The way it's written, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Thompson?
The Real ID license is a different license than what most of us probably have if we haven't renewed it. Is it possible for people with a pending application to get a regular license and not a Real ID so that
No.
they could drive on the roads? It is not.
It's not possible, and I'll draw your attention to RSA 263-39A and Administrative Rule 1002.06, where the process is clearly outlined that says for any type of driver license that there is an approved process, an approval process that someone must go through.
Thank you.
Representative Vayu?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What is the difference with number 7, has a pending or approved application for temporary protected status in the United States?
Pending application would be for somebody that's filed but that's not gone through the approval process. So there's and I've not had to go through the process, but when you apply for process, there's fingerprinting, background check, there are those types of things that are done before approval is given. And that's for any type of status.
Further questions from the committee? Oop, Representative Telersky?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Urbanek, for taking my question. So in the Federal Real ID Act, it does not specify United States citizenship?
It does. It specifies as one of the people that's eligible is a U.S. citizen or somebody who has one of the other statuses that's listed in Special Requirement Section 2 on page 2 of the Real ID Act. So it gives you all of those other categories as well.
Follow up? So then is the only problem the approved application for asylum as it's written? Because I know we've had this discussion of the problems in the waiting period
Right.
for asylum seekers.
And that is, to your point, Representative, that has been the problem. At some points, I've seen the wait go as long as 8 or 9 months or even up to a year sometimes for some of those applications to go through. And in my 22 years, it's changed with every administration. I've seen it as quick as 30 days in early years past, and I've seen it as almost as far as a year out before somebody gets approved.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next up, Chair recognizes the Honorable Neil Kirk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Neil Kirk. I live in Ware, and I have a number of questions about this bill. I'm not sure whether I support it or oppose it. But this bill is complicated, and it expands the number of people who will be eligible to get either Real ID or non-Real ID licenses in New Hampshire. And that's a very important policy question for this committee. I would ask that you get very significant legal and technical advice from DMV and perhaps from the Department of Justice as to exactly whether we are in compliance or not in compliance with the Real ID Act currently, and whether what this bill does, specifically on page 2, starting at line 6, number 5, and going through line 14, has 5 different categories that may or may not be compliant with Real ID and may or may not expand the number of people who are eligible for driver's licenses under this bill who are not currently. The DMV gentleman mentioned number 6 and number 7 on lines 8 and 9 with the word pending, explaining that person with a pending application would be eligible for a license in New Hampshire, a Real ID license in New Hampshire, and that's contrary to the federal regulations. I'd also like to point out to you on line 11, the word is or. So 1 through 9 in this category, all you have to do to be eligible is to meet one of those, not all 9, but just any one of them. The other point I'd like to bring to the committee's attention is section C, starting on line 15, which says basically that if a person presents evidence of items 5 through 9 in the prior paragraph that I just mentioned, the individual can get a temporary non-ID driver's license. And C describes what has to be done for this to happen and how long that license is good for. So were this bill to pass, a person in the United States, who's I think physically in the United States, files an application for asylum or files an application for temporary protected status or has a valid non-immigrant or immigrant ID or has approved deferred action status, I don't know what that means, or has an I-797 form showing pending application, that person will not be eligible for Real ID, or may be eligible for Real ID, but also would be eligible, as he is not now, as I understand it, for a New Hampshire driver's license, non-Real ID license. My concern only is that when this committee makes its decision, it be well-informed and that you fully understand which groups of people who now cannot get either a Real ID or a New Hampshire driver's license you are allowing to get under this bill. I don't understand this well enough to be able to give you an opinion, but I do know this is complicated enough that you really need to get some expert advice on this before you go forward with the bill, or all of us will be surprised by what we've done. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd be pleased to answer any questions if there are any from the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's the last person I have signed up to speak. I'll give it a last call. Is there anybody that wishes to speak to House Bill 1463? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as noticed in the calendar, we can do executive sessions on some legislation as time permits through the course of the day. We're going to use up some of our downtime here before lunch to exec a few of our outstanding bills. I'm going to open the executive session on House Bill 1024. Let me get the title.
There you go.
Relative to local speed limits in businesses, business or urban resident districts. And the chair recognizes Representative Ankerberg for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL on House Bill 1024.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Gagny. You care to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the fear here is creating a patchwork of varying speed limits across the state that drivers may not be familiar with. It was also brought up in the hearing that there are seasonal waivers to allow certain areas to vary their speed limit when needed in high traffic areas. And also Bill Lambert from DMV was opposed, and we value his testimony greatly.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to speak to this bill? Seeing none. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion on the floor is an ITL on House Bill 1024.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative O'Hare?
Yes.
Representative Torreson?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Horrigan?
Yes.
Representative Fenton?
Yes.
Representative Rombo?
Yes.
Representative Rich?
Yes.
Representative Tulerski?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Vayu?
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh?
Yes. Should be 18.
I've got 18.
18.
18-0.
Okay, the motion of ITL on House Bill 1024 has been adopted, 18-0. Consent's been moved. Is there a second? Seconded. Any opposition to consent? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. The executive session on House Bill 1024. We have time for a couple of more, if you can give us a moment to reset.
What's next?
Welcome back. Going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1138, accepting the display of front license plate on certain vehicles. Is there a motion? Yep, Representative Tulerski.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion of ITL on House Bill 1138.
Representative Tulerski moves ITL. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Fenton. Do you care to speak to your motion?
Sure. As we all know, this bill has come through this committee a number of times, and I keep going back to law enforcement and supporting our law enforcement. I know there are other states that don't have the front plate requirement. However, when I hear from the Police Association, the chiefs of police, Hollis, Farmington, the state police, as well as the DMV and the concerns about toll collection, which we didn't exactly get into specifics at the public hearing, but the most recent information that I've heard is that there's about 40% of unpaid tolls due to lack of reading the front plates. I would suggest that we find this bill inexpedient to legislate for those reasons. But I also have an issue with the verbiage of collectability, historic character, and the ambiguity of the bill on how that's supposed to be determined. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Representative O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, I'm a huge supporter of getting rid of the front license plate, but hearing that testimony from the police did kind of change my mind on that for now.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Seeing none. I'll ask the clerk to, yep, Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I intend to vote against the prevailing motion. We have many drivers in vehicles that come to the state of New Hampshire from other states that don't require a front license plate, and it's a non-event. I think some of the items that were mentioned are overblown. Easy Pass can have cameras that can pick up the rear plate. As many of you know, we have scanning devices that law enforcement use to get the plate number. Further, during nighttime operation of the vehicle, that front plate's not lit. So if this was such an important thing to have, I would think by now somebody would have passed or presented legislation to light up the front plate. So it's a good half of the time, particularly this time of the year, you can't even see it. So I think there's some good reasons to allow it, and I think we've heard some of these items before for the reason to be against it, but I don't think, I think if we're really worried about it, we would have a policy that would require other states when they, other drivers from out of state when they come here to New Hampshire to display a plate. So it can't be that big of a problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Representative Horrigan.
I'll just point out for...
This must be sub-day. Great.
What? Yes, I'm subbing here, so I just want to point out, though, an issue that comes up all the time in all committees is this does require a new fee, and that's why it's an early bill, but also requires hiring a new state employee. So I know there's many members of the House who are very skeptical about any new fee and also hiring any new state employees, and this bill requires both. So, I mean, I plan to vote for the ITL on its merits, but that's another just consideration I thought I'd bring up.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion on the floor is ITL on House Bill 1138.
Representative Gagné?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
No.
Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative O'Hare?
Yes.
Representative Sykes? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take that. Representative Torreson. Sorry.
No.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Horgan,
Yes, on the ITL, yes.
Representative Fenton,
Yes.
Representative Rombo,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulersky,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
No.
Okay. 15-3.
Okay, so the motion of ITL on House Bill 1138 is adopted 15-3. Looks like this will be going to the regular calendar. That closes the executive session on that bill.
Is
We have
anybody
one more
writing?
we can do before we break for lunch. We had an issue with House Bill 1060. I'll explain in a minute. We'll take a moment just to get reset. Thank you.
Nobody's doing a minority or a majority report or anything like that?
Did anybody want a minority report? I'm all set.
All set? Okay. What are we doing now?
1060.
Okay. I'm good. Go ahead. I have a machine. Not really. I'm all set. Yep.
Do you want the motion for the reconsideration? Okay, I'm going to open up the executive session once again on House Bill 1060. I have checked with the clerk. We are still in possession of it. It has not been submitted to their office. So the chair recognizes Representative Tulersky for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion of reconsideration on House Bill 1060 FN, authorizing the New Hampshire environmental educators to issue decal plates.
Any second to the motion of reconsideration? Representative Hill. Wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. For those of you who were here at the hearing last week, the prime sponsor did not show up because it was a decal bill. We did the necessary check the 501c3 status, but something has come to light. So if we can reconsider this bill, which has the support of the sponsor, we can then go on with a next motion.
Fair enough. Anybody else? Seeing none. This is for reconsideration. If you're favoring reconsidering, it's a yes. I will be voting yes. When the clerk is ready, she can call the roll, please.
Vice Chairman Gagny?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative O'Hare?
Yes.
Representative Torreson?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Horgan?
Yes.
Representative Fenton?
Yes.
Representative Rombo?
Yes.
Representative Rich?
Yes.
Representative Tulersky?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Vayu?
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh?
Yes.
Right.
18-0.
I don't know. 18-0, yeah.
Okay, so the motion to reconsider has been adopted, 18-0. So now we resort back to the current motion of ought to pass back on the floor. Anybody care to speak to the motion of ought to pass? Yep.
Thank you. So we can't just make a separate, we're reconsidering.
No, what we're going to have to do, the
Yep.
motion to reconsider was one action, and so now, by rules, we have to take up the motion on the floor, which is ought to pass.
Yep.
Turn it down.
Okay.
If that's our wishes.
Yeah.
And then make another motion to round it off,
All right,
if
just
you will.
trying to be clear about it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is this 3 votes?
It is going to be 3 votes on this. Well, unless we say ought to pass again, but I don't know. So, did you care to speak to this motion?
I would, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just to explain what happened with this bill, I reached out to the prime sponsor to inquire as to why she wasn't here to present. It was a scheduling mix-up, but that doesn't matter. What she did point out was that the organization that's named in this bill actually reached out to her the week prior and said that they would like to politely decline the offer of being part of the multi-use decal plate program. I questioned that. The prime sponsor then looked a little further into it, and I think that what she found is probably useful information for all of us as we get these bills in the future. The organization looked at the list of nonprofits that are approved in statute. One of them is the Harris Science Center, which I believe we passed my first term, maybe 2019. And they reached out and said, how do you like the program? And the Harris Science Center said, it's the biggest mistake we've ever made as an organization. They went through the process, filled out the paperwork, said it was quite onerous. They spent the money to produce the decals that fit the specifications of the program. Then they tried to sell them. In the course of 3 years, they have sold 12 decals. The organization is in the red over $1,000 for this program. Some of the things that they brought up was people are very attached to their plates, their moose plates, their state park plates, their vanity plates. They don't want to have to trade them in, then go get the new decal plate and then buy the sticker. So for all these, she also said that for these science environmental programs, they are directly in conflict with everyone who loves the moose plates and the state park plates. So at the request of the prime sponsor, I would ask that you vote down the OTP motion that's still on the floor, and so that another motion can be made. But I also think as a committee, we need to keep this information in mind as these organizations come to us. I truly wonder if some sponsors understand what's involved with the program, that money is needed to be put up front, that there's a lot of paperwork involved. And I think for some organizations, it's a great program. The University System of New Hampshire has the means, the numbers, the bandwidth to handle it. I believe the Girl Scouts that we heard last week does also. But for some smaller organizations, this is definitely not a program for them. So with that, I would be voting against the OTP that's on the floor and encourage you all to do the same.
What's that? The OTP is automatic on the floor, because once we've reconsidered, we go to the original motion. So right now, it's OTP. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, there might be good advice for some of the smaller organizations in the future. It was valuable information. So the motion on the floor is to pass once again on House Bill 1060. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll as soon as she is ready.
Vice Chairman Gagny?
No.
Clerk votes no. Representative Hill?
No.
Representative Thompson?
No.
Representative Ankerberg?
No.
Representative Gorski?
No.
Representative O'Hare?
No.
Representative Torreson?
No.
Representative Sykes?
No.
Representative Horrigan? No. Representative Fenton?
No.
Representative Rombo?
No.
Representative Rich?
No.
Representative Tulerski?
No.
Representative Fox?
No.
Representative Schultz?
No.
Representative Vayu?
No.
Chairman Walsh?
No.
Okay. That's 18 to 0.
Okay, so the motion not to pass fails 18-0. Is there another motion? Representative Tulerski.
I make a motion of ITL on House Bill 1160, and I don't need to speak to that.
Yeah, okay. Motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? Representative Hill seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion is ITL on Hill, House Bill 1060.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative O'Hare?
Yes.
Representative Torreson?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Horrigan?
Yes.
Representative Fenton? Representative Rombo?
Yes.
Representative Rich?
Yes.
Representative Telersky?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Vayu?
Yes.
Chairman Walsh? Okay, 18 to 0.
Okay, the motion of ITL is adopted 18-0 in House Bill 1060. Is there another motion?
Move consent.
Consent's been moved. Can I get a second? Seconded by O'Hara. Any objections? Seeing none, consent it is. Final notes on this to all the kids from Hollis. We did our best. This isn't our fault. And remember, never give up the fight. So I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1060. And that'll get us to lunch. And then we've got a few more public hearings this afternoon and an exec session at 3. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, did everybody have a good lunch? All right, I'd like to open up the Transportation House session on House Bill 1666 FN. First up would be the prime sponsor, Representative Sykes.
Chairman Gagne and members of the Transportation Committee, thank you for allowing me to introduce this bill, House Bill 1666. One of the things that I would like to bring to the attention of the committee is that it is, in my mind, and I think in yours too, a primary purpose of the legislature is to fix problems for the residents of this state where problems exist, if they're within our purview and they can be fixed. So this bill is trying to look at a problem of public safety. That's what I want to emphasize again and again and again. This bill is about public safety. Whether we like it or not, there are people who drive in this state who do not have a driver's license. And in some instances, they are undocumented persons as well. The public safety angle of this is, if they're going to drive, it's better from a public safety point of view for us to know who they are, where they live, and if they're competent drivers. This bill would require anybody who qualifies otherwise to take the written exam and the practical exam before any license would be issued, because driving is a privilege, and we recognize that. The other part of this that I would like to point out is one of the things that many police departments and public safety agencies are trying to accomplish in this state is to have a more active presence in what they typically call community policing. To do that, you have to connect with the community. And if you have a segment of people who live in your community who are afraid, for whatever reason, to interact with the police, that's not healthy or helpful. So, for those reasons and many more, I've put this bill in. The other thing I would point out to you as well is that in talking to various public safety organizations, they have begun to recognize that this is an important constituency that they want to connect with, because they can tell them about things that are happening in their community. The other thing is, there's probably, the numbers are vary, I can't provide the documentation, but it's thought to be at least 15,000 undocumented people in this state. Finally, we are not creating new ground here. And I say that because there are, the last time I checked, and please don't hold me to this exact number, but I believe there are at least 15 states that have programs like this, where they're trying to get everybody licensed. Two of the nearest ones are Vermont, and while New York is not contiguous with us, New York also. They allow undocumented persons to go through a process that proves that they are safe community drivers. With this kind of documentation, some other pieces can fall into place. They can, for instance, get car insurance. That's really helpful for many, many people. So I would urge you to have an open mind about what problem it is that we're trying to fix. And that problem is that we have a segment of population driving in the state who have not proven that they are safe, responsible drivers, and we would like to bring them in the fold so that that can be shown. And with that, I take any questions if I can. I'll answer any questions if I can.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Grace Kindecki. I think I pronounced that correctly, I hope. Kindecki. Okay.
Here we go. Okay, thank you. So hello, members of the committee. Thank you again for taking my testimony. My name is Grace Kandeke. I'm the program coordinator for the American Friends Service Committee. And so I come here with a testimony that I will also submit to the committee, and I will paraphrase from the Immigrant Rights Network, a group of passionate activists and organizations that that AFSC convenes. We strongly urge the committee to pass HB 1666. If passed, this bill would allow members of our community who are undocumented to be able to drive without a license, and to drive with a license, I apologize. The bill has the support of many law enforcement leaders, as well as members of the immigrant communities, as well as advocacy and faith groups, and it is time for our state to join the growing number of jurisdictions across the country that have concluded that licensing undocumented drivers would be beneficial to the state and to all of the residents. These benefits include removal of an unnecessary burden on law enforcement and our criminal legal system, because operating without a license in New Hampshire is currently a criminal offense. And oftentimes for undocumented members of our community, it is the one criminal offense that they are liable for. It is unnecessary to burden law enforcement and the entire criminal legal system by criminalizing conduct that could be legalized by expanding licensing eligibility. Another benefit includes increased public safety. Because undocumented New Hampshire residents are not currently eligible for driver's licenses, there is no systematic operator oversight of this group of people. Permitting this population to be able to drive would benefit not only them, but their families as well as the state. It would positively identify the driver. It would more effectively regulate motor vehicle operators. It would be safer to operate vehicles on our roads, and it would, as Representative Sykes said, it would increase insured drivers on our roadways. So being an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal offense. Although it is a federal misdemeanor to enter the United States without permission, the majority of people unlawfully present here are those who entered with a visa and remained after the visas expired. They have built their families, many of them are working, are supporting their families and their communities, and enabling them to be able to drive, especially in the state of New Hampshire, where a car is so necessary, is critically important. Undocumented immigrants are part of this community. They contribute to our way of life, to our economy, to our schools, and our workplaces. By decreasing the fear between our undocumented populations as well as with our law enforcement, it creates a community that is much more able to effectively address the larger issues that are needed to be addressed in order for people to feel that they can move safely and work safely in the state. So I urge you all to please to pass this bill because of the benefits that it would have for our community, for the undocumented immigrants in the state, as well as for unburdening the criminal legal system. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions for the witness? Yeah. Representative Thompson?
Good afternoon, ma'am, and thank you for testifying. I think what you're asking us to do is to legalize someone who's already illegal to begin with. And I'm sorry, but I don't grasp the...
Is that your question?
I'm not sure how to phrase the question, but yeah, it is a question. If you're here illegally, for us to legalize a driver's license for you gives, I would think, the state some sort of liability.
Ask a question.
Is that or is that not true?
Is that working now? All right. So to answer your question, no, that is not true. What this bill would allow is it would systematize being able to give people driver's licenses. So it would give people the ability to drive within the state, within the rules and the regulations of the state. It does not offer legal status. It does not offer anything other than the proven ability to drive within the laws and regulations of the state.
No follow-up. Just let it go. Any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Schultz, nice to meet you. Haven't other states passed laws similar to this?
Yes, they have. I apologize, I don't have the exact states, but I do know that my colleagues who will also be testifying can give the exact number and names of those states. But yes, other states in the country have passed similar laws to their benefit.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am. Could you bring that copy?
I do.
For our clerk, it makes it a lot easier for her.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up would be Sarah Knox, I believe, or Noy, from the GSOP.
That's Kanoi. So.
My apologies.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Jane Kanoi. I am here today representing the Granite State Organizing Project, as I am the Executive Director. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 1666. The Granite State Organizing Project is a faith-based organization working with religious communities of all types all across New Hampshire. Our work is guided by our shared faith and democratic values. Since 2017, we have been convening diverse faith leaders, congregations, and communities to support New Hampshire immigrant families. And this group includes people from every county, faith communities and churches from every county in New Hampshire. We all urge you to support House Bill 1666. Passage of House Bill 1666 will increase public safety all across New Hampshire communities, allowing people to obtain driver's licenses while they are awaiting the outcome of legal filings, court cases, or adjustment of immigration status will greatly decrease the fear of law enforcement in immigrant communities. Many encounters with New Hampshire law enforcement officers occur within the context of motor vehicle activities. Therefore, many immigrants, including those legally present, fear and avoid contact with law enforcement. This may lead to unreported crimes, failure to appear as a witness or a defendant in court, and other consequences that affect a community's quality of life. I personally have a friend in Manchester named Susan, who was brought here as a child by her parents, grew up here, married a legal resident here, had children, and was driving her child to her dance lesson in Goffstown one night when an illegal left turn resulted in a police stop. What should have been simply a ticket or a warning became a nightmare for this family, as Susan was taken to immigrant detention for 2 weeks, leaving her family alone, her children traumatized, and those children still today are terrified when they see a police officer. She's back at home now, but the trauma lingers. The wait times for processing most immigration applications have increased, and people who have applied for lawful status may have to wait months and sometimes years, depending on the type of petition they have filed for adjudication of their application. The ability to drive lawfully during this waiting period would decrease stress and fear for families with loved ones awaiting approval of a lawful status. Additionally, studies show that licensed drivers are safer drivers and are more likely to purchase auto insurance. This will make our streets and highways safer for everyone. In closing, if you are worried that possession of a driver's license would lead to ineligible people voting or accessing state services, please be aware that a driver's license does not confer the right to vote or establish eligibility for any state or federal benefit. Eligibility to register to vote in New Hampshire is based on U.S. citizenship, age, and domicile. Each state and federal benefits program is highly regulated and sets out eligibility standards in their regulations, and none of these standards are tied to the possession of a driver's license. Thank you for your consideration. I urge you to support House Bill 1666. I'm happy to take any questions, and I do have a copy for the clerk.
Thank you for both. Any questions for this committee from this Representative Tulersky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Last year, when we heard a similar bill, I recall my own police chief, who's since retired, Michael Kerrigan from Nashua, testified in support, and he brought up the importance of community relations and community policing, excuse me. And what struck me, and you touched on it, but I'm wondering if you can expand on it a little bit more, is that many crimes go unreported, including sexual assaults, robberies, attacks, anything like that. Can you just expand on how this one document can help improve the trust of people with the system?
Thank you for your question. And yes, we've worked extensively with Manchester and Nashua police departments, and many police officers do support this idea. It can be standard procedure for an officer to ask for ID when responding to a call. And even if I'm a citizen, if my husband is not, whether he's an asylum seeker, whether he's applied for some kind of status, but if he doesn't have a driver's license, I'm going to be afraid to call the police into my home because the police will ask for identification. And then the police may call Customs and Immigration Enforcement, and it may result in time in jail. So, yeah, it's clear.
Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ma'am, for taking the question. You had indicated in your testimony that drivers are more likely to purchase car insurance when they have a driver's license. Do you have could you supply the committee with a copy of a report that shows that?
I can find it. Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your question.
Any other questions? I keep forgetting your name, I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. I'm Representative Schultz, but I'm also
Okay.
friendly, so it's okay. Did you know that to get car insurance, you typically need a driver's license and to submit the copies for your driver's license?
Yes, you can't get car insurance for the most part unless you have a driver's license. So that's why I believe that we would all be safer if we have reduced our chance of getting interactions with uninsured drivers. Yes, thank you for your question.
Anyone else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, and you
Thank
can
you.
just come right up with that, hand it to us. Just watch your step. Thank you. Oh, there's more than one car. Here, take that. You can pass that down if you like. You like it there? Next up is David Gunty, is that correct? Representing himself, in support.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for this opportunity to be here. My name is David Conchijo, and I want to testify by myself like a really real immigrant in the United States. When I arrived here nearly 30 years ago, and I came to Peabody, Mass, it's in North Shore, and I heard that about in Connecticut State at that time, almost 30 years ago, then they gave the opportunity to immigrants to have a student social security. And that time I got with that, I was able to get my driving license in Massachusetts because I was able to fill the application. And soon then I got my driving license. I got a job, I can have a full-time job. I save my money, I open up in my account bank, and I do my credit. In 2 years, I have a 820 point in my credit report. And I was able to buy my first home. And besides that, I bought my first home, and I'm gonna be closed from today. Today, I have 3 homes in New Hampshire, and I'm all ready to buy another one. And I have 2 businesses by myself and 2 businesses with my wife. And also, I have a degree. I have a bachelor in theology. I have a master in counseling. I have a doctor and psychologists, and I have a PhD in neuroscience behavioral. And also my next school, I like to have a law school to help the immigrants here about the immigrants. So that's what happen when the people have opportunity to have a driver license here. If I don't have that opportunity, so it's like every immigrant lives here. All money they can make it, they're gonna send out of the country, they're gonna invest in other country, and the money is gonna get out here because the immigrant is still here. But when they have opportunity here to have a son, like a driving license, they're gonna get a different mind, they're gonna be safe in this country, and they're gonna invest here for hard job, and then they do it. So it's myself example that I did during 30 years here. So that's everything that I have to talk about it. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Welcome.
I'm going to take a stab at this one. Frank Knack. How close was I?
Very close.
Not close enough, though.
Very bad. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Frank Knack. I'm the policy director with the ACLU of New Hampshire. I have my colleague Jill Bissonette, I believe, emailed the committee copies of his testimony on this bill, and I have hard copies with the chair's permission to hand out after my testimony. Most of our points have already been covered, so I don't want to repeat what's already been said. I think in general, as you've heard from a public safety standpoint, both from a road safety perspective, and also from a strengthening community police trust, this is a good idea and a really positive bill. I think there was a question around the number of states that have implemented this thus far, and through our research, we found 16 states plus the District of Columbia do not limit the ability to get a driver's license based off of immigration status. And then again, just from a basic human decency, recognition of the practicalities of living in a rural state like New Hampshire, driver's license is necessary to survive in our state. As you all know, to get to school, to get to work, to get to the doctor's office, you need to get on the roads. And so ensuring that all folks in our state have the ability and access to do that and to do so lawfully, we think is important. And so this is a really positive bill, and we hope the committee will support it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, you can hand that right to that lady here and make sure the clerk gets a copy, guys. Next up would be Sadier Montero. Yo hablo español solamente poco.
Muy buenas tardes. Gracias por la oportunidad que me han dado en este día.
Good morning. Good afternoon, sorry. Angela Mercado, and I will be her interpreter. So she said good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity that you have given me.
Mi nombre es Adiel Montero y soy de Nashua.
My name is Sadier Montero, and I am from Nashua.
Vengo en favor de la comunidad que no tiene licencia para conducir.
I come in favor of the community that has no license to drive.
Como todos sabemos, la licencia es una necesidad para el diario vivir.
As we all know, having a license is a necessity in our daily lives.
Es importante que todos podamos tener una licencia para conducir sin temor.
It is very important that we can all have a license in order to drive without fear.
Les voy a contar el testimonio que tuve que pasar yo con mi familia.
I am going to give you a testimony that I had to go through for my family member.
Yendo para la escuela, pues con una madre también que no tenía licencia, tuvimos que ir a la escuela para llevar nuestros niños.
I was with a mother that was driving, going to the school to drop off the children.
La policía por ciertas temporadas acostumbraba a pararse en la escuela.
In many occasions, the police would stop near the school.
Este trauma yo lo viví y todo lo que lo hemos vivido lo entendemos, solo lo que lo hemos vivido. Supe lo que fue ver esos niños llenos de temor, de terror, angustia, de ver el policía que estaba pidiendo la licencia.
I lived this terror with this family that the children were horrified, terrified, because the police had stopped them and had asked for the license.
Vi lo que fue ser esa madre arrestada, ver lo que fue los niños gritando y llorando porque la madre se la llevaron.
I witnessed how the mother was taken and was arrested by the police, and I saw the children, how they were terrified.
Vengo a levantar la voz a favor de esto que este movimiento que se está haciendo a favor de la licencia.
I come here in favor of this petition, right? The 1666 about the license.
Pedimos que en este día, con el favor de Dios, se pongan la mano en el corazón y entiendan la necesidad que tiene el pueblo latino que no tiene licencia, que por favor sea un día que se deje oír y que se haga algo a favor de esta petición.
Hopefully you can put your hand in your heart and hopefully that you can do something in this situation with the Latino community that doesn't have a license.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Bruno De Brito.
Mr. Chair, I have a copy of my testimony here. Yeah.
Just give it to that late woman at the end so it Representative Schultz. Too lofty a position, I think.
You can just call me state representative or representative.
Yeah, so I have also provided a copy to all of you electronically. I'm sorry, yeah, saving some paper and some ink. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, again, members of the committee. My name is Bruno De Brito, and I am president of the New Hampshire Brazilian Council, and I am also an immigration attorney, but today I'm going to testify on my own capacity here. First, I would like to start by clarifying that immigration law is a civil matter and not a criminal offense. The first immigration laws that really started to guide and shape the history of the United States and they start requiring visas to enter into the United States was established in 1924. So that was the Immigration Act of 1924. But the law requiring visas to come in really didn't start getting enforced until 1929 when the Border Patrol was established, which today we call it Customs and Border Patrol, which is an agency under the Department of Homeland Security umbrella. So if we apply today's laws to when your ancestors came to this country, your parents, grandparents, great-grandparents would be called asylees, which is someone that is seeking asylum, who is going to another country because they, because of fear of prosecution for, whatever reasons. And unfortunately, you would actually be able to become, legalized after, thankfully, to the 14th Amendment once you get born into this country. So second, I would like to address some of the issues that have been brought up over the years in regarding to this legislation and immigrants per se. One issue was that the state of New Hampshire doesn't have the power to enact this legislation. That is not true. We all know under the 10th Amendment that the powers that have not been delegated to the federal government are given to the states. And policing power, which is the power to provide licensing, is given to the states and not the federal government. Immigrants are not criminals. As I have stated above, immigration is a civil matter and not a criminal offense. Immigration and Customs Enforcement only detains individuals simply to make sure that they will show up at a hearing in the immigration court, nothing else. In addition, there is a study conducted and published in 2019 called the Marshall Project, showing that there's no correlation whatsoever between undocumented immigrants growing in a particular area and crimes also growing in the area. So the state showed that even though there had been an increase of undocumented immigrants in the Nashua metro area, which also includes Manchester, the crimes actually remained the same. And we're talking about property, crimes against property and crimes against persons. So so the threat is not really, like what we think it is. Since 2019, the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security have created many reports showing that the actual threat to our national security, our country, is white supremacists, not ISIS and not immigrants, white supremacists. Another issue
Would you suspend for a minute, please?
Yes.
Please avoid using those terms like white supremacists and all that. Please avoid using those. Just stick to the facts here, please.
So I am sticking to the facts, Mr.
So
Chair.
who's telling you that white supremacy?
I'm sorry?
Where do you get the white supremacy?
So, Mr. Chair, please refer to tab A.
Tab 8?
Tab A, letter
in there?
A as an apple.
I don't see any
So,
tabs
Mr.
here.
Chair, I am being respectful. I just want to point it out.
Tab.
Apologize if I have offended any members of the committee. I'm only stating facts.
I don't have it here. Forget it.
May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. So continuing, immigrants are not allowed to vote in New Hampshire. In order to be eligible to vote, as my colleague Sarah Jane have stated, the person has to prove their age, their citizenship. They must be a U.S. citizen and show residency in the state. Otherwise, they're not eligible to vote. Once they can prove that, they can register with the clerk's office in their town or city, and then their names get entered into a roster. That's when someone that we go to the polls and then we cast our votes. But we can only do that if our names are in the tally. You can show your driver's license if you are not U.S. citizen. As a matter of fact, we have many permanent residents in the state, green card holders that do have a driver's license. Persons who are not green card holders that do have a driver's license, and we haven't had a history of any of these individuals voting in the state. As a matter of fact, it can be a very serious crime, not crime, but offense, and actually permanently bar someone from getting any immigration benefit later on if they vote when they're not allowed. As a matter of fact, I have provided a guide of the laws, Mr. Chair, that shows the types of crimes, and one of them is voting when you're not authorized. So the other issue that has constantly been brought up is that immigrants are a burden to the state, and they cost a lot of money to the state and this country. That is untrue. In New Hampshire, we have approximately 15,000 undocumented immigrants. These immigrants are not eligible to apply for any government assistance, such as WIC, food stamps, etc. In addition, these immigrants, they have paid a total of $77.1 million in federal and state taxes, with a household income of $595.4 million in 2019. I have also provided on tab D the study. In general, in the state, we have 87,055 immigrants who have paid $1.1 billion in taxes with a $3 billion spending power. Amongst these immigrants, do you know which country is the most populous between undocumented and undocumented immigrants in the state? You are correct, Canadians. I'm sure some of you might have thought Mexicans, but it's actually Canadians. So, and the other issue is that immigrants don't pay taxes. As I have just mentioned, they do pay taxes. So they pay taxes using what is called an ITIN number, which is a number given by the IRS. Another way that they pay their taxes is that they establish their own companies, and they actually end up hiring U.S. citizens and people who have green cards to work for them, helping our economy. So moreover, there are currently 17 states and the District of Columbia that have passed a similar legislation. So I also provided the documentation on tab F. Last but not least, these states have shown that there are many benefits by providing a legislation such as this. Maryland have reports, numerous reports showing that giving a driver's license increases public safety. As Representative Terlasky have mentioned, we have conversations with many chiefs of police, and that's one of their concerns. If they stop someone, they prefer, that person has some sort of identity, that they're able to identify who they're talking to. So Minnesota have shown that there has been an increase in earnings, and it helps to boost the economy because it gives more mobility to its residents going from one side to the other within the state. New Jersey, also the same thing, show that the tri-state area with New York and so forth show that there is a higher mobility, and it helps the state's economy. North Carolina, Also attest to its public safety and boost of economy. Therefore, I urge you to do the right thing as a human being, as your ancestors once have been in the same place as these individuals have been today. To vote yea, to allow thousands of families to stay together and not have the constant fear of being deported every time they get into a car. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
Representative Schultz?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear. I'm sure your concern over white supremacy was in no way to defend white supremacy, but to say that white supremacists are not welcome here.
Absolutely, which is why I don't like the N-word either. I think that's bad. Thank you. Okay. Next up is Eva Castillo. Is she here? She's in the meeting. She's in the meeting? Okay, I'll hold off and see if she comes back. Sandra Regina Pratt.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity also to be here. I am Sandra Pratt. I live in Nashua, New Hampshire, 254 Lake Street. I work for Gateways Community Services. I am a bilingual service coordinator there. And I am also a secretary of our New Hampshire Brazilian Council. So as a council, we provide all the support that our community need. And I live in the United States. I'm also from another country. I don't consider myself like immigrant or alien or this or that. I am a person. And I live in this country for more than 20 years, and I see the need, the urge to have this driver's license for everyone that can pay the fee, that is able to drive, that can pass on a test, on a written test, and the driver's, the practical test, to have a driver's license. To me, it's like a simple thing. Any adult, you have the age, you have all the ability, you have the financial capacity, just take the test and drive safely. To me, it's simple as that. So many other states already have this law passed. I think it's 17 or 18 other states. I'm not sure. So I hope that New Hampshire will be the next one that will take this in consideration, that will approve this law. And, boy, I wasn't ready for this today. And I think that's what I wanted to say today, that I live here for a long time, that I see the need, that I think the people, we have plenty examples. Many of us already gave some examples to you, to all of you. The importance to drive safely, not to be caught by the police for the light to be broken and then have other issues. So because I am from another country, I would say, we all that are from another countries suffer, I already say this here, some microaggression, which is like a little mosquito bite, Oh, your English is not good enough. Oh, where are you from? Oh, you don't have driving license. Oh, what's wrong with you? Those kind of, everyday little mosquito bite, little microaggression. So the driver's license is a big one, not just for adults, but for children, for many, many people. And I would like that we would call like people, not alien or immigrants or this or that. We're all human beings. We're all people. So that would be something nice to consider too. And I'm here just to say that I'm on favor, that I think this should be done a long time ago. We have so many other issues that needs to be taken in consideration as well. And I thank you for the time. I thought I was going to have more time to get prepared, but it is what it is. And I'm on favor of this bill. House HB 1666, right? I'm in the right place. Thank you very much. And I'm sure you don't have any question for me, so thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
Any questions
today.
for the witness? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Pratt. And
Yes.
thank you for taking my question. I want to thank you for your work with Gateways Services. I represent Nashua, and I know how very important the agency is to our neighborhoods. But Nashua has some public transportation, as Manchester does, but I know that the majority of the state does not. Can you speak to any of the rural areas and what you know about members of the community that may struggle because they are just outside an area that has public transportation, and how this could be potentially life-changing for them in terms of providing for their families?
Yes, that's a very good point, very good question. As a council, we try to help. We try, there are many problems, transportation problems. We try to solve, we try to find, especially with the school, with driving the kids to school, and with the snow, with the weather. If the kid lives like a mile and a little step away from the school, the kid doesn't get the bus. So then the older sibling has to go to school, to the little kid, to the elementary level, walk to school, drop off the little kid, and then walk all the way across the other way to drop off to go himself to school. So it's many examples, many barriers. The parents cannot drive. Some of the parents refuse to drive. Some of them have to drive without the license because there's, in case of an emergency. Try to talk to another parents. We try to solve the problem in many ways. We try to get a van with the PTO and community members. So the parent that has a driver's license could drive and pick up the kids. We try many ideas, but the solution is to get the driver's license, to be able to drive safely, and to be able to solve many problems, not just for the kids, but for older people and so forth. So,
thank you for that.
Yeah, especially the kids, the individuals that I serve as well, that have the developmental disability. It's not, the transportation that we have doesn't serve them well. And I do serve, I am a trilingual service coordinator, so I serve individuals that speak Spanish, Portuguese, and English, and this is a huge need. The transportation is, besides the Medicaid, let's talk about the Medicaid. I think it's tomorrow morning, all right? To include dental, hearing, and vision, so we can talk all day.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Tomorrow morning
Seeing
we'll
none,
be here again.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Representative Sykes, I'm remiss, if I know those chairs, if you've had back problems like I have, aren't that comfortable. You can come back and sit in your chair if you like. You don't mind? Absolutely not.
That would be nicer.
Next is Martin Toe.
All right, I promise I'll be brief. Good afternoon, and my name is Martin Toe. I am a member of the Granite State Organizing Project and a member of the GSOP Manchester chapter. I'm here in support of Bill 1666. Just saying it sounds like the devil's number, but I'm sure that that's not the case here. earlier I testified about the driver license and how it's a beautiful thing. Everyone in our community benefits from it. You know, I recall, you know, my mother struggled getting her license. We came here back in 2003 from Ivory Coast as refugees. And it was tough for my mom, you know, coming to a new country. She had to, you know, she suffered a lot to get us to where we are right now. You know, walking in the snow, walking us to school, and finally, when she was able to get her license, you know, it was a big deal. That meant not having to walk home after school and so forth. I just wanted to just you know, end with this and say that you know, New Hampshire is always, we're the first in the primary, but you know, we were one of the last ones to pass, you know, MLK Day, and you know, we don't want to be the last. I think New Hampshire can do so much more. This law is already something that's already been passed by a good portion of other states. So, you know, I urge you to do the right thing and pass 1666. God bless you.
Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you. I think Francisco Goulart. Sorry for mispronouncing your name, sir. Turn your mic on.
Good afternoon, and my name is Francisco Goulart. I'm a Brazilian. I live in the United States for 30 years and New Hampshire for 23 years. I married with American woman. I have 3 kids, 2 born here, 1 born in my country. And I'm a businessman. I have a business in Nashua over 4 years. And I'm here today and ask for help for immigrant in document for driving license. If immigrant is undocumented, has driving license, it's better for everybody, because all immigrants don't have a driving license carry when the police stop or cross. I have a little testimony. One day, about 4 years ago, when they come to my house with my truck, and the police said I'm not good clothes and a lot of stuff in my truck. Police stop me and say, very hungry, say, do you speak English? I say, yes. Do you have a driver's license? Yes. Oh, okay. And when they give my driver's license, my registration, the police, I give it police like this, very stupid to me. And one check my start, I have a driver's license, I have all my documents, I pay my insurance, the car. I said, okay, go home. But I'm here today, and I have another thing. And after, I don't know if you understand my story. After Civil War, my country, Brazil, opened the heart, opened the door for a small group of Americans, and give it a place for start new life. And now, big city called Americana in the state of São Paulo. And this now, as the time for all people here, open the heart like my country opened for the American after Civil War. And they approved for the driving license, because immigrant undocumented is not criminal, and it's good people. Just work hard, 16 hours, 20 hours a day for put the food on the table for their family. Now I ask, and all the people here open the heart and sign for the driving license for people undocumented, because it's not criminal. just come here for good life and the second chance. Okay, that's my testimony.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, next up, I believe I saw her come in, Eva Castillo.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for listening to my testimony. I'm sorry I was late. I had other commitments. I'm here in support of this bill. I'm a Manchester resident and an immigrant rights advocate, and I've been here in this country for over 40 years, in New Hampshire since 1982. Part of my work is work with all kinds of immigrants and try to build relationships between police and the immigrant communities. This bill really would make humongous progress building trust between these two different fractions of our society. Given the lousy transportation system, public transportation system that we have in New Hampshire, and I live in Manchester, which is a big city, and there's basically nothing there. If you do not have a car, you have no way to bring your children to school, you have no way to do shopping, you cannot work. So people need a driver's license, and this is just a reality. People are driving right now because they do not have the right to get a driver's license under our current laws. And this poses a safety threat not only for our communities, the immigrant communities, but also the community at large. For police, they stop somebody, they really have no way of knowing who's behind the wheel. People cannot find a way to register their car, so they usually have their cars registered under somebody else's name. People cannot get insurance, car insurance, for the same reason. So giving a driver's license would assure that you know who you're dealing with. It would make sure that people know the rules of the road. People are likely to stay in the cars. If there's an accident, they're not gonna flee. You have to pass all kinds of tests and everything to be eligible to drive. So I really don't see any bad thing about passing this law, because the reality is that people are driving. As far as voting, and I heard many concerns about voting, we have people here that are legal permanent residents for 30, 40 years. They have no right to vote, yet they have driver's licenses. We know better. I was here for maybe 20, 25 years as a legal permanent resident before I was able to vote, because I had not gone to get my test for citizenship. I work in every single election, and I never, ever voted, but I motivated those that did have the right to vote. So we know better, and there's already all kinds of checklists in place to make sure that those that are not citizens do not vote. So I just urge you to do something that's common sense and just vote for this that is going to help New Hampshire and make us all a safer community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Lydia Yen. You said 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Good.
Probably less. Thank you for allowing me to speak. So I came here as a refugee with my family, a single mom with 5 kids. And within the first few years of being here, she was able to get a driver's license, but she barely knew any English. So she studied very hard and got help from a translator, literally learned how to drive through a translator and through help from the community. And the closest job she could get was like 30 to 40 minutes away from home. She couldn't find any job closer than that before she got her license. So getting a license really helped. And if she wasn't able to get one, she would probably drive illegally because she's a single mother trying to support 5 kids. So I guess I'm here to tell you that you should support this bill because it will benefit many families who are probably in similar situations or worse. And thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Brittany Shute, DOS, DMV.
Good afternoon, Brittany Shute. The department does not have any testimony at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. No testimony, no questions. The Honorable Neil Kirk.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to members of the committee. For the record, I'm Neil Kirk. I live in Ware, and I'm representing myself. I think we all know how important immigrants are to the United States. This country has had immigrants who have done extraordinary things and become citizens, and their families, of course, were naturalized, became citizens, and are Americans. I'm one of those. My parents were immigrants. That said, as you know, over the past 10, 15 years, we've had a flood of undocumented or illegal immigrants into the country. In other words, those people who came here but without the authorization of Congress for them to be here. And the committee was just told that there are 15,000 of these folks in New Hampshire. So the question is, for this committee, how do we deal with a very difficult situation? The bill that you have before you, 1666, is one that I oppose. And I oppose it for 3 reasons. First, the effect of this bill, sections 1, 2, and 5, is to make New Hampshire an immigration sanctuary state. That's what this bill does. It does it in 2 ways. First, as you've heard, it allows undocumented or illegal immigrants to get driver's licenses, something they cannot currently do. And secondly, it either denies or makes it extremely difficult for federal authorities to have access to New Hampshire driver's records in immigration cases. Indeed, it criminalizes their behavior if they access this for those purposes, a violation being a Class B misdemeanor. So for those 2 reasons, we see that there is an effort on the part of this bill to create, as I say, a sanctuary state for illegal, undocumented immigrants in New Hampshire. Second reason I oppose the bill is that the bill changes current law to make a driver's license a legal identity document. Current law says a driver's license is only permission to operate on the roads, a motor vehicle on the roads. But this document changes that and adds a driver's license is a legal identification document. I don't understand the significance of that. And I hope the committee will get the AG to come in and explain that. For example, This may make it easier for immigrants to prove who they are in a legal way, but it also may promote a papers, please society when the police or law enforcement ask people for documentation and require them to produce a driver's license, which now is an identity document under this bill. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I am very concerned about it. And it's not clear from the bill what the consequences are. The third reason has to do with Social Security numbers. The language is somewhat unclear, but basically, the bill coerces an applicant for a non-real ID license into providing their Social Security numbers or pay an extra $100. $50 for the license, $100 for the ability to remove your Social Security number from the department's database. This doesn't apply to a real ID license. Under federal law, you have to provide your Social Security number for that, and the state's DMV has to keep that number. Under current law, a person who is applying for the license for the first time has to provide a Social Security number, but at his option, may have it removed from the department's records. The department needs that to validate a variety of things, but they don't need to keep it on record, and under current law, a person doesn't have to give permission to do it. Under this bill, if you want to exercise that right, it costs you $100. The bill seems to be drafted so that it only applies to first-time license applicants and not to renewal applicants. It's not clear, it's confusing, and that needs to be addressed, although frankly I think the idea of charging so much money to keep your information out of the DMV database is inappropriate. Specifically, Section 7, which provides for the $100, may be viewed not as a fee, but as a tax and is therefore unconstitutional. In New Hampshire, a fee can only be equal to the cost of providing the service plus 25%. That's New Hampshire Supreme Court's definition. The committee needs to check with DMV to find out whether that $100 meets that criteria. I don't believe it does. Secondly, requiring a person to provide a Social Security number to get a non-real ID license, absent a substantial justification, is contrary to and probably in violation of the recently enacted constitutional amendment. Article 2B says, this is called the right to privacy, an individual's right to live free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information is natural, essential, and inherent. Now, the bill seems to say one can buy his or her way out of information sharing with the government by paying for it. This suggests to me, at least, that there's no compelling reason for the government to have that Social Security number. And if that's the case, I think it's a violation of our Constitution, Article Amendment 2B. For these three reasons, I would ask the committee find the bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Tulerski.
I'm going to take a stab at something. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my question. Your history here in transportation has come up quite a bit in my 1.5 terms, and it's nice to finally meet you. I understand that you've always been a proponent of the right to privacy for people who live here in New Hampshire.
That's correct.
And I am curious, though, as you said, that parts of this bill that you disagree with is that the records were to be kept from federal authorities. And I'm wondering why that view of people's right to privacy would not apply to this group of individuals that would benefit from this bill.
The federal government has established a policy with respect to immigration. The federal government has authorized its agents to enforce that policy. That establishes a justification, we can debate whether it's compelling or not, for the federal government to have access for this information. For New Hampshire to stand in the way of the federal government getting this information to enforce its laws seems to me to be contrary to the nature of a federal republic. Were there no federal immigration laws, I certainly would agree with you that this information should not be made available to federal authorities. But considering that there are, I think it's inappropriate for us to deny the federal government the information it needs to enforce its laws. And remember, the federal government is, under the Constitution of the United States, the supreme law of the land. And I'm a law-abiding citizen, I guess.
I'll leave it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question, by the way. Very thoughtful.
Representative Horrigan.
Just clarify point 1, which you said sections 1, 2, and 5 would make New Hampshire an immigration sanctuary state. So, but why is that a bad thing? I mean, I'm old enough to remember when we welcomed millions of immigrants from Europe who were fleeing oppression, either communists or fascists, or even just fleeing the social chaos that followed World War II. So why is that a bad thing now?
Thank you for that question, Representative Horrigan. It's not a bad thing. The problem is that there are different kinds of immigrants to the United States. Some of them are here legally, and as I said in my introductory statement, I heartily support that. This country needs immigrants for population growth, for brains, for talents, goodness knows what. And I would hope the federal government would be passing policies to encourage those folks to come here. But if you have an immigration law at the federal level, it's got to be enforced. And we may not like it, and we may want to change it, in which case we should do that. But until that happens, we need to make sure that those people who are not here in accordance with those laws do not get the benefits that those people who are here, immigrants who are here in accordance with those laws, get. I see two distinct categories here.
Thanks.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is great to see you. I've admired when you served in this body how fiercely you fought for privacy. I think that I admire you for that, and it's good to see you again. I hope I'm asking this question in a way that is germane, but since you've raised the issue of who has documented status and who doesn't, you must know that the need for immigrant workers now is far outpacing the number of available visas. And while that's a federal issue that needs to be rectified, you must know that there are businesses in New Hampshire that really desperately need the help because American citizens aren't working in those jobs currently or don't want to work in those jobs.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
In raising this, you made a very clear point about the distinction between people who are currently not documented through work visas or tourist visas or as a citizen, which obviously is an important point that this bill addresses. But you must also understand, given your understanding of the free market,
Suspend, please. Suspend.
there
Please,
aren't
please
enough.
just ask a question. Not,
Okay.
No, just ask it
Well,
in a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just am aware he is a fierce fighter for the free market, and our market desperately needs workers when we don't have enough visas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Schultz. I do understand the question, and it is complicated. This is the state legislature. I recognize that in the free market things happen, illegals are hired. There's a great need for all sorts of, not just farm workers, but all sorts of workers. We have, what, a 2.6% unemployment rate. Businesses, they don't advertise hamburgers anymore. They advertise help wanted. We understand that. The question for the legislature is, do we act to facilitate illegal, undocumented immigrants to work in this state contrary to federal law? And I think while a business may or may not want to skirt the law, I don't think it's appropriate for the legislature to do that, to facilitate that. But I do appreciate your concerns, and I share them. And as I said at the beginning, I think this country needs to adopt a much more comprehensive immigration policy so that both temporary and permanent workers can come from abroad. I mean, in our competition with Russia and China and all of the other countries, brain power is crucial. We have an opportunity. This is a magnet country for all sorts of people, and why we're not taking advantage of it, you ought to run for Congress. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else who wished to speak and has not had the opportunity? Don't forget, if you want to sign up either in for or against this House bill, you can use the blue sheet that's there. Okay, seeing no one else, I close hearing on 1666 FN.
Yeah, I do. I think you should.
yours too, right?
Yep.
All right, welcome everybody. Excuse me, gentlemen. I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1093. Excuse me. Relative to the licensure of non-resident aliens temporarily residing in New Hampshire. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Chairman Walsh. Thank you, members of the Transportation Committee, for allowing me to give this opening testimony. For the record, I am Representative George Sykes. I serve the Grafton 13, which is the city of Lebanon. This bill is part of a suite of bills that you've seen that I've been introducing. All of them are trying to fix a certain problem that may exist, a problem that isn't easily fixable sometimes, and sometimes it's pretty easy. In this particular bill, I spent some time with the former director of the DMV, and this was the language that we came up with. But unfortunately, the bill never made it through the COVID process, so there was never a vote on this bill in the past. But this is the same bill that I've introduced before. Its purpose is pretty straightforward and also quite limited. A little bit of background for those of you who are struggling to keep up with all these twists and turns about immigration law. A person can come into this country legally, as an example, on a tourist permit. But they came here on this tourist permit, tourist visa, because of violence in their country, for instance, and that they could escape. They came here, they were here in the United States legally. Their next step is to apply for asylum to achieve permanent status here. Whilst waiting for that, they have no way to drive because they are a temporary resident, and you can't get a driver's license if you're a temporary resident in New Hampshire. So what happens is when they put in their asylum request, they're still ineligible to apply to get a driver's license. However, one of the federal rules under the immigration laws is that if you do not receive your hearing after 1 year, then you can get a work permit. That status then allows you to apply for a driver's license here in New Hampshire if you have a work permit. The disconnect that this bill is attempting to fix is that they arrive, they file their asylum status request, and then they have to wait for a whole year before they can actually apply for a driver's license. In rural northern New Hampshire, think about it, that's a problem. Really, really difficult. So the language was worked out with DMV last year. It's just attempting to give them a temporary driver's license while they wait for adjudication on their permanent status, while they wait to receive their work permit, which they can then go in and take the driver's test, both written and practical, and they can drive legally in New Hampshire. They're here legally. There's a legal process for them to get their driver's license, but they have to wait 1 year. The problem also applies to the fact that you've heard some conflicting information about asylum requests. I can speak from personal knowledge that a person that I helped sponsor through escaping his country due to violence, who now lives in Lebanon, works in Lebanon, and now drives in Lebanon, He is at year 7 waiting for his asylum request to be heard. So that's why we'd try to make their entryway to getting driving privileges a little faster within a system that DMV has in the past been supportive of. And if I'm certainly happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. Is this legislation of yours based on any legislation from another country? Perhaps if one of those asylum seekers had chosen a country other than the United States, would they have that ability to get a temporary driver's license and operate in that country as well?
Well, I'm not sure that I'm qualified to know a full and complete answer for that, Representative Hill. What I can tell you is that the bill that's before you was specific for New Hampshire. Just trying to fix the problem for asylum seekers who choose, for whatever reason, to come and live here in New Hampshire.
Good. Thank you, but I'm wondering if when you submitted the bill to OLS, whether that was as a result of or included in language that came from some other place that this type of operation had been approved. Is this possible in another country, I guess is my
Yeah, I
main
don't have an answer to that. It
Okay.
was I did not consult with any other jurisdictions. Again, I was looking for a New Hampshire specific fix to a problem, although it's very narrow in scope. It's not like we have thousands of asylum seekers, but we do have some, and they have difficulty getting their driver's license in a timely manner. So this was a temporary solution for them until they can then apply for a permanent driver's license after receiving their work permit.
Thank you for your answer.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Telersky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Sykes. Following your timeline of someone applies, they get a hearing within a year, they can then apply for a driver's license. The 180 days that the driver's license can be valid, that's 6 months. So I guess I'm just curious, where in the process does that 180 days start, or how did that number come about? If you could help me
Sure.
understand that.
So I'm going to have to name names here. Former Director Bilecki and I came to the realization that the license need only be good for 180 days because that's approximately the time it would take once they were eligible to get this temporary license. That would be the time it would take before they could get their, once they had, it would take for them to get a work permit and move on. So there's like I said, it's a narrow window of time that we're trying to fix. Hence the reason it's temporary for that time frame.
Any other questions from the committee? Yep. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my additional question. When they submit for a temporary driver's license, does that require a Social Security number?
I don't believe it does, but I'm not. I have to beg off to the DMV about that. I think the question would be more accurately, Representative, I think, is can you get a Social Security number before you have a work permit? I don't know the answer to that.
Well, and do you need a Social Security number to get the work permit?
Again, I don't have the answer to that.
I don't either.
I just would like, and I appreciate your question, thank you. What I'm really trying to focus on here is just a very narrow problem. And that is driving privileges for a very discrete group of individuals for a very discrete length of time until they can then fulfill the requirements for a full privileged driver's license.
You mentioned that, so I have a question. You said it's a very narrow issue, and it may be. But this is relative, and you say you have experience in this. Who is eligible to seek asylum, and under what circumstances, in general, without getting too deep in the weeds? Because in the reading I've done into the immigration laws, and we're not debating those here, it doesn't seem to be that narrow.
I don't have an answer for that. I would prefer to have some other immigration official answer that question. When I had my conversations with DMV, there was a very small number. Unfortunately, it was last year, and I've been looking for my notes, but it was a very small number of individuals for
Thank
the
you.
state.
Representative Gorski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Sykes, for taking my question. Is the concept of this, if someone gets a temporary license for 180 days, is this kind of the stepping stone to getting a full-fledged license, I guess I'll call it?
Well, partly it's a public safety issue.
Okay.
Partly, and I guess I would elaborate a little further. And I stand to be corrected about this, but when you choose to move into New Hampshire, there's a time frame when you have to apply for a driver's license if you're driving. Now, prior to that, they could be using their driver's license from another jurisdiction. That creates problems in and of itself in terms of is this driver license the same thing as are you driving a tractor trailer when you really only should be driving a car? So those kinds of questions could come up. We could have translation issues. All of those things are problematic. However, you are legally allowed to drive under for the sake of discussion, your Haitian driver's license, which is in French, and may or may not be it may not be particularly equivalent. Under this, you would still have to take the driver's test, both written and practical, and you would get a temporary license identifying it as such that it is temporary until you get your work permit. If for the reason for the length of time, if you don't go and get a work permit based on your asylum request, then that driving privilege goes away. That's the reason for it being temporary. If you do get your work permit, you can take the next step and get a driver's license.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Chair recognizes Grace Kandecki from the American Friends Service Committee in support of the bill. No questions.
Are we on? Good. Hello, and thank you again for taking my testimony. Just to clarify, my name is Grace Kandecki. I know there's a lot of E's in my name, but they all sound like A's. So thank you again, committee members, for taking my testimony. I am the program coordinator with American Friends Service Committee, and I bring testimony on behalf of the New Hampshire Immigrant Rights Network, which is a coalition of New Hampshire organizations that work with and within immigrant communities in New Hampshire, including asylum seekers. So just to quickly clarify before I go into my testimony, and I will paraphrase once again, and I'll provide copies to the committee, is that in order to, the order of operations is that you do need to apply for a work permit first before you get your social security number. And in order to, people who apply for asylum based on credible fear of persecution because their life would be in danger due to their political or religious beliefs or their affiliation with a particular marginalized group based on nationality, race, or gender. So there are particular categories as to why people do seek asylum. And the last data does show that in the last data from 2019, my colleagues did share with me, we had about 27,000 asylum petitions granted in New Hampshire. So I want to go into why this bill, we are seeking support for HB 1093. We are asking the committee to please to pass this bill in order to diminish the waiting period for residents of New Hampshire who are seeking asylum, in order for them to be able to be issued a temporary driver's license. As many of folks have heard and continue to learn about our immigration system, the work permit and adjudications are backlogged with significant delays. And this has significant impact on communities and families of asylum seekers in New Hampshire. This means that even after waiting a year to apply for permission to work, it could still take another year or more in order for that work permit to be issued. And with that work authorization, most asylum seekers, again, would not be able to be able to get their Social Security number, be able to provide for their families, and do what they need to do. So as I know, we continue to hear that New Hampshire is a state that is very difficult to live in if you're not able to drive. This bill would allow petitioners to be able to obtain a driver's license, and they would also, I apologize, I lost my place. It would add an eligibility class that would allow people to be able to get their driver's licenses. So I do urge the committee to please pass HB 1093 because it does, in fact, serve the residents of New Hampshire and does indeed close a significant gap that has been described here in our state. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Talerski.
I'll be very quick. I just wanted to clarify and maybe see if I was misunderstanding the speaker about a piece of information she included. She said 27,000 asylum seekers, which I just Googled because it seems like a lot. And I'm on the DHHS NewHampshire.gov website, the Health of Human Services, and it appears that it looks like the most recent information is from 2019 that there were 400 total refugees. The year before that, 393 total refugees. So is it possible that that 27,000 is a total since a certain year back?
Oh, you're probably right. I would have to double check with my colleagues. Sorry? Oh, I apologize. The number is for countrywide. And yes, refugees are a different category from asylum seekers, but I do apologize for that misunderstanding. It is countrywide, not specific to New Hampshire.
Thanks for that clarification.
Absolutely.
I apologize to the chair first.
Thank you for catching that.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Jeff Oberdank from the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jeff Oberdank, and I'm here to represent the Division of Motor Vehicles in opposition to this bill today in very similar fashion to the way I testified on an earlier bill for the same reasons, that there is a process that one goes through when you apply for a driver license. Let's say you're moving in from another state. You come into the counter, you fill out the application, you provide a driver license to us as proof that you've got a license in another state. We immediately do some data entry while you're standing there, and we go out to that other state and says, does this person have the ability to drive, and is the license in good standing? And that answer comes back immediately, and that gives us the authority, the ability to go out and make sure that you're qualified to drive. Secondly, if you were to provide your Social Security card to us, as you are, to answer the earlier question from the representative, it is a requirement to provide your Social Security number on your first driver license application. That is found in Section 263 of the Motor Vehicle Code. We then run that Social Security number through our system. We go right out to Social Security, and it comes back and tells us whether or not that's your card and if it's a valid number. And in the same fashion, and as provided in earlier testimony on an earlier bill, we have the same instant link up with Department of Homeland Security, specific USCIS Customs Immigration. And when you provide us documentation from immigration, we immediately go out with that information that you provided us on the application and any documents you may have handed to us. And we send an immediate answer, an immediate query out to USCIS, and we say, is this a valid card? Is this a valid status? And based on our interpretation of 26339A as it's written, is that status is to be verified before you issue a driver license or non-driver identification card. And in the event you've just applied or just provided an application to immigration for status, we will not receive a response. We will not receive a response through our system until they're determined to be approved. So what you're asking for us to do is verify some documents in this bill and not verify others. Having said that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Florsky?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware of anything that an asylum seeker would have that would demonstrate that they had filed a complete application? Do they have a receipt? Do they have a confirmation? Anything that could work to prove that they have gone through the process, the legal process as it is outlined?
We receive confirmation in the fact that they may bring in a receipt that they paid for an application, but it doesn't indicate approval of that application.
Follow up?
Yep, follow up.
Sorry. But isn't that the point of this bill? Is it's not for people who have an approved application, it's people who have a pending application. So if they've applied, then in fact it is pending?
That's my understanding of the bill, that's correct.
And if not, I can add on that for you. Not all of them get approved either. So just the mere fact of applying for it doesn't mean they're going to get it. If you go into the immigration laws, it's called frivolous. They actually use the word. So
And
I don't know if that helps.
well, but that's why it's a temporary license.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is the last person I have signed up to speak on House Bill 1093. I'll ask one more time if there's anybody here that wishes to. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1093. We have executive session scheduled for 3 o'clock. We will do our very best to start promptly. We may need a couple extra minutes to prepare. Chances are very unlikely we're going to exec any of the 3 bills we just heard this afternoon, well, late this morning and this afternoon. So thank you. We'll see you soon. All right, sorry for the delay, everybody. Welcome back. At this time, as scheduled, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1100. And the chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to ITL HB 1100.
ITL's been moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Hill. Would you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was discussed, this law was changed several years ago after an incident where someone was pulled over for not having a license, was written up, and soon thereafter plowed into a series of bicycles, causing damage to various people. And I sense that doing this is a slippery slope, and by changing this violation, moving it from a misdemeanor to a violation is a dangerous precedent and a slippery slope. So therefore, I think we should vote to ITL 1100.
Thank you, Representative. Anybody else care to speak to 1100? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a slightly different perspective about House Bill 1100. Shocker, I know. I understand that there were some original motivations to change that bill back in, I think, 2015. And I respect that concern. However, when we pass laws, we really need to be mindful of who it affects and how many people it affects. 1100 is trying to make it possible for single working parents, others who are economically challenged. We're trying to make the penalty there fit the crime, if you will. And a far greater number of people are affected by having this be a misdemeanor than a violation than a one-off incident that happened years ago. And so, no disrespect about all the people who were affected by that one-off incident, but we really need to be cognizant of the fact that this will help people who can use our help. And so I would urge to vote no on this particular motion so another one could be introduced.
Further comments from the committee? Representative Tulersky.
I just wanted to make one comment of something that came up. I'm not sure it fully came out in the hearing, but one concern I had was thinking about maybe teenagers going for a joyride. We've all known that they've done it. A 15-year-old takes mom's car, or someone who hasn't, finished driver's ed. And I'm concerned about what that means for college applications, applying for the military, that kind of thing. And it's a lot for a teenager, and I'm just throwing that out there as trying to think of who else this could affect. But I thank you for the time.
I just wanted to ask a question.
Yep, Representative Crawford.
I don't know if anyone could answer this, but if that situation that Representative Tulersky was talking about, I'm looking at the lieutenant back there. I know.
Right what she said.
Is it at the discretion of the police officer if they should catch that person, that teenager going for a joyride? Is it your discretion to say, hey, you don't have to write them up, it's not a must or a shall?
Correct. It would be at the officer's discretion.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Representative Sykes.
I appreciate your
I
patience.
waited a week just to hear from you on this.
I've asked the trooper discretion to write something other than, or just discretion to not write at all. In other words, could he write it as a violation? Or does it have to be a misdemeanor if he writes a ticket?
Sir, I'd have to review the statute.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further comments from Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A little more focused version of that question. If you've stopped the person, it's not likely that they only did the one thing wrong, not having a license. So if they've had multiple violations, could you choose which ones to write up? Thank you.
Further comments from the committee? Seeing none, I was going to chime in, but I don't see the need at this point. I think enough's been said. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1100.
Vice Chairman Gagny,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Thompson,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hare,
Yes.
Representative Terozin,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
No.
Representative Horrigan,
No.
Representative Fenton, Representative Rombo,
No.
Representative Rich,
No.
Representative Tulersky,
No.
Representative Fox. No. Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Veo,
No.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Ten to 9.
Okay, so the committee, the motion of ITL was adopted 10 to 9. The committee recommendation of ITL is adopted 10 to 9. Obviously, this is going to go on the regular calendar. I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 1100. Give us a few minutes to reset. Thank you.
Chairman, we will offer a minority report. Probably by me, yeah.
Do you, have you decided who's going to write the minority report?
Probably me.
So I'll put it down as you then?
Well, if you can think of a better person.
No, I can't think of any better person. But I want to make it official before I use ink.
I'll do it.
Okay, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1208. That is relative to driver education. The chair recognizes Representative Tulersky for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion of ITL on House Bill 1208.
ITL on 1208 has been moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Fenton. Care to speak to your motion?
Sure. I think we've all, with the exception of our new members, heard a lot of testimony about this topic in the past. I think that probably the most significant new piece of information that we received this year, though, was the study presented by Dan Goodman of AAA of the an analysis of the Texas Parent Education Driving Education Program, which showed that accidents increased, the severity of the accidents increased, and they're involved. Students who get their driver's license in this program were involved in nearly 50% more crashes with more severe injury. So that is the first amount of data that showed me that there are problems with moving away from our teen safety driving program. And with that, I will leave it, and I hope you can support me on the ITL motion.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Wow. Very surprised. Okay. we'll speed it right up. Seeing no other comments, I'll ask the clerk to call a roll when she's ready. The motion on the floor is ITL on House Bill 1208.
Vice Chairman Vagney,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
No.
Representative Thompson,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg. No. Representative Gorski.
No.
Representative O'Hara. No. Representative Torreson.
No.
Representative Sykes.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Fenton.
Yes.
Representative Rambo.
Yes.
Representative Rich.
Yes.
Representative Tulorsky.
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Fourteen to 5.
Committee recommendation of ITL on House Bill 1208 is adopted, 14-5. Also on regular calendar, I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1208. Give us a few minutes to reset. Thank you.
You want to ask them if they want to do minority blurb?
Does anybody want to do a minority report? You want one?
I'll put your
Who's
name
going to
down.
do it? Are you doing it?
Okay. He needs a name, that's all.
Yeah.
So he can do the chasing.
Who's doing it?
Representative Hill.
Bill, I guess.
I'm ready anytime you are.
Okay, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1464. Excuse me, the clerk's ready and I'm not. I'm just looking for the title. You got it in front of you?
Here.
If you can read my writing.
Establishing a committee to study the feasibility and implementation of furthering electrical vehicle adoption in New Hampshire. Chair recognizes Representative Fenton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move interim study of HB 1464.
Interim study's been moved. Is there a second? Representative O'Hara seconds. Care to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there is some interest in this bill, especially when we're talking about Representative Gagne's Transportation Council and the need for EVs in New Hampshire. And however, there's kind of some roadblocks to get these, especially considering the other states around us. And I think interim study could help with some creative solutions to this problem.
Fair enough, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. When she's ready, the motion on the floor is interim study on House Bill 1464.
Vice Chairman Gagne,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Thompson,
Yes.
Representative Ankenberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative Torosian,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Horrigan,
Yes.
Representative Fenton,
Yes.
Representative Rambo,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulorsky,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
19-0.
Okay, the committee recommendation of interim study on 1464 is adopted, 19-0. Consent's been moved and seconded by Representative O'Hara. Without objection, consent it'll go. Consent it is. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1464.
I'm all ready. So.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1445. And to get the language exact, relative to the identification of police vehicles. Chair recognizes Representative O'Hara for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I motion interim study for this bill.
Interim study's been moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Gagny. Care to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's just a little bit of wording that needs to get figured out between the sponsor and the amendments, and there's been support from the senators on this bill, so I'm hoping to bring it back with a better version.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. Motion on the floor is interim study on 1445.
Vice Chairman Gagny?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative O'Hare?
Yes.
Representative Terosian?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Horrigan?
Yes.
Representative Fenton?
Yes.
Representative Rombo?
Yes.
Representative Rich?
Yes.
Representative Tulersky?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Vayu?
Yes.
Chairman Walsh?
Yes.
Okay, 19 zip. 0.
19-0, okay. All right, so the committee recommendation of interim study is adopted 19-0. I heard a motion for consent. Who seconded it? Representative Thompson. With no objections, it'll go on consent. Seeing none, I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1445. Yeah, we got it.
I just need to figure out how to.
Okay. Okay, at this time, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1492. Again, I got to remember to get ahead of this. Relative to decal plates for the New Hampshire Council on the Arts, Chair recognizes Representative O'Hara for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I motion ITL on House Bill 1492.
Okay, ITL's the motion. Representative Gagny seconds. Care to speak to your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, this is not one of the 50C3s, right? Sorry, it's not one of the 50C3s.
Correct.
So we're just opening up I know we opened up with the firefighters, but I think this would open the door wider for more councils. And I think it's a bad hole to go down.
Okay, fair enough. Any further discussion? Representative Telersky?
Thank you. I like the idea of this. I understand that having a State Department as part of this program would be relatively new. But I will support the ITL primarily because of what we discussed this morning about the financial investment that a group must make to participate in the program that is often not understood. Understanding the demand that may or may not be existing for a program such as this, and partially because I think of misunderstanding of what the program is. And so with that, I will support the ITL and also move forward to try to help the prime sponsor in the future if she wants to find a way to honor the arts in such a way.
Eloquently put. Representative O'Hara.
Thank you. Just quick question. Should this be something that we start looking into more as a committee? The financial impact of this for these councils, and like start ITLing them if we feel that they couldn't make it? It's a question in general off of what she said. Ms. Telersky.
With what we got from information from the other bill, I think it's going to be a question on every one of these we see from here on in. Whether it was intentional or not, I think it's here. So, any other discussion on 1492? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion on the floor is ITL on House Bill 1492.
Vice Chairman Gagny?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative O'Hare?
Yes.
Representative Torreson?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Horrigan?
Yes.
Representative Fenton?
Yes.
Representative Rombo?
Yes.
Representative Rich?
Yes.
Representative Telersky?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Vayu?
Yes.
Chairman Walsh?
Yes.
19
Yes.
to 0.
19-0, committee recommendation is adopted. Consent's been moved and seconded. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, consent it is. I'll close the exec session on, where was I, 1492. And hang tight for a minute. I'm going to look at our list. We might be able to do a couple more that we heard today. It won't be the big ones at the end, don't worry. But there are a couple others I may decide to move on. Just give me a couple of minutes to consider. Okay. I'm not going to exec anymore today. We did 8 plus a reconsideration, so we've done our work. Just to give you a little game plan of where I was hoping to go, it might change a little bit now. So we scheduled today, we've done a good job execing as we go. Next Tuesday, I'm going to schedule another full day with an exec session. We can get caught up on these. At this time, not intending on scheduling anything for the week of the 15th, because we're going to be in session for 2 days, and 2 days is enough for most people. And then the 22nd, I've reserved the hall. Originally, it was going to be for the 2 remaining bills that we don't cover next week, with HB 1000 and HB 1424, which I'm expecting could be a crowd. That's the speed limit on Winnipesaukee. Followed by an executive session. My goal is to get everything wrapped up by the end of February 22nd. That's the goal. If we run into any snags, we do have time, but that's where I want to head. So, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, just a reminder that committee members, that in the office, there's the new book. It's
Yes.
not this color, it's another color.
Yeah, if you look in the desk in there, there's 2 boxes. They are purple this year. They're unmistakable. So,
There it-
yep. So if there's no other questions, I'll thank everybody for a good day's work, and we'll see you next week.